the record.
All right, I'd like to call to session the October 7th meeting of the SOTF.
This is the meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for October 7th, 2015. The time is 4:06 p.m. On the call of the roll, Member Rummold.
Present.
Rummold present. Member Eldon. Present. Eldon present.
Present.
Member Wolf. Wolf absent. Member Copra absent. Member Pilpil.
Present.
Pilpil present. Member Hepner absent. Member Haynes.
Present.
Haynes present. Member Fisher.
Present.
Fisher present. Member Hinsey.
Present.
Hinsey present. Vice Chair Hyland.
Present.
Hyland present. Chair Washburn. Washburn absent. We have a quorum. At this time, I do not have any agenda changes. There is a request for continuance of item number 3, but I believe we can get to that shortly. I would like to note that Member Wolf is present. Would you like me to call item number 2 at this time?
Okay.
Item number 2, file number 15127, Supervisors of Records Annual Report.
Mr. Clerk, do you want to introduce Mr. Eldon?
I will allow him to introduce himself.
Okay, I just saw that as part of item 1, so.
I'll keep this quick. My name is Eric Eldon. I'm the editor of Hoodline, which is a neighborhood news publication, and I'm a representative from the Society of Professional Journalists, one of their positions. And this is my first meeting here, so as a member. So thanks for having me.
Welcome. Glad to have you here.
Thanks for being here.
And we would also like to welcome Member Rummel back to the task force.
Yay!
Welcome back.
Just when you were out, pulled you back in, right? Got caught.
Item number 2, file number 15127, Supervisors of Records Annual Report. We do have a representative from the City Attorney's Office today.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brad Russi from the City Attorney's Office. I'm assigned to the General Government team, the team that handles the Supervisor of Records function for our office. I've been in this role only since March of this year, so unfortunately I don't really have any more information to provide to you regarding the substance of any of the determinations from last year than what's actually in the report itself. But I can just give you a summary, I suppose. And for the new members of the task force, the Supervisor of Records is a function created under the Sunshine Ordinance assigned to the City Attorney's Office. And the Supervisor of Records can determine, similar to what you guys do, whether they can evaluate a petition from a member of the public who's contesting a city department's decision to withhold a document and make a determination as to whether the document should have been produced. Last year, as documented in the report, there were 36 petitions, and I just went through and tallied up. 27 of them are resolved informally by the Supervisor of Records working with the department and having the records produced. 6 of them, approximately 6, were petitions that were outside the scope of the Supervisor of Records function under the Sunshine Ordinance. And in 5 cases, the Supervisor of Records issued a determination finding that the department properly withheld the documents. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you. Members, discussion, questions?
I have a few questions. Nice to meet you in person. Heard good things. Let's see. 2 of the petitions, it looks like, took an extremely long period of time to resolve. Number 33 and 25. Mm-hmm. I looked quickly at the 25 petition. I didn't get to the 33 petition. I'm going to pull that up now. Can you just give us a sense of why those took, into this year to resolve?
Yeah. I would say generally we try to get them done timely, and I would agree with you that those did take too long. My understanding with respect to 25 was just that it was a complicated legal issue that took a long time working with the department to reach the determination, but I would say it took way too long. And 33, I think it was a communication with the department issue as to whether or not they had the records. And that's
Okay.
why it took so long.
Yeah. I mean, just a couple of things. I assume that you have the procedures that we talked about a couple of years ago. I think we've done several iterations of discussions of procedures with your office as to how these petitions are handled. And you're, I guess, the current
Yes.
keeper of that process.
Yes, I have the procedures that were drafted by Paula Jessen.
Okay. And you had some crossover with her and had some discussion of this whole
I
process.
didn't. Julia Friedlander was the attorney in our
In
office who
between.
handled this between
Okay.
Paula and myself. And
Did you ever get a chance to meet Paula?
I've met her, yes,
Okay. She's
but not while she was still working for the office.
Got it. Okay. So it appears that most of them were resolved within, what is it, I think a 10-day period?
That's what we try to do.
Okay.
Some of them are a little longer if it just is a matter of getting the records actually produced. It may take a little bit longer just for us to close it out if the records
Okay.
were produced.
And I think as part of that procedure, we talked about having your office communicate with the petitioner and say just that it's taking a while longer, we're working on it, blah, 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 so as to manage their expectations, that they're not thinking that it's going to happen within 10 days. In fact, it takes 9 months, so that, and we're trying to not have it take 9 months.
Right.
Okay.
Well, my understanding, especially with the one involving Mr. Bhatia, was that the attorney who handled it did have communications with him on a regular
Okay.
basis, and he checked in with her, and she checked in with him.
Okay. And I didn't look into the details of that, but I know he's a former employee, and there were issues, and it was a, what do you call it? Not confidentiality.
It was an issue
trade
involving
secret.
a trade secret.
A trade secret issue, which is not easy to work through.
Exactly.
Okay, so I get that. A number of the petitions were from Ms. Datesh, who's here and who we see regularly, so that doesn't seem...
Excuse me.
I said a number of the petitions, so that didn't seem unusual to me, and
Okay.
those got resolved. Was there, in your experience now since March or so, is there anything that you can think of that might improve the process by which you handle these petitions? Is there any other information that can be put out, any way to simplify the process? I mean, is it sort of working?
I think I would note that our office has updated its website, and I think it's a little more clear. I think that they've clarified the process a little more.
Okay.
But generally, I get them. I check the email inbox every single day. We haven't really gotten that many
Okay.
in the last several months.
Okay. And if it's a matter that you handled in advice to a department, then another attorney on the government team would handle it?
That's right.
Alicia, Francesca, somebody?
Yes.
I'll pick it up. Okay. Could you also check, since I didn't have a chance to check the city attorney website, that not only this report, but that all of the past reports are on the website somewhere? I thought they were under opinions and advice, but if you could just be sure,
Yeah.
I'd appreciate that.
Right. I will check. I think that they were only on there from like the 7th forward,
Okay.
but I can see if we can get all of them on.
Yeah,
there.
if you can get the old ones, I don't know if there's any redaction required, blah, blah, blah. I think we were carrying them on our website for a while, and I think my interest was just keeping them on the city attorney website because it's your thing.
Right. Exactly.
Those are good points. Thank you, Member Pilpel.
Yep.
Anyone have any other questions for DCA Rusty? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate the presentation. Any public comment on item number 2?
Yes, good afternoon. Welcome to the new members and the returning member. It looks like there are all seats now assigned, and today 3 absences, 1 very slight late. With respect to the supervisor of records, I appreciate the questions that are being asked, and these are questions that I have asked without any success in getting interest from the task force in follow-up, so I'm glad there is some follow-up. Let me read the law under which the supervisor of record operates. It's section D of 67.21. If the custodian refuses, fails to comply, or incompletely complies with a request described in B, which is giving documents, the person making the request may petition the supervisor of records for a determination whether the requested record is public. Here's the key phrase. And it's a statutory requirement, unequivocal. The supervisor of records shall inform the petitioner as soon as possible and within 10 days of its determination whether the record requested or any part of the record requested is public. Now, I am very glad that the supervisor of records report this year, for the first time that I can remember, shows the dates, presumably, of the request and the response. But there are many more that exceed, and quite substantially exceed, 10 days. This is, as far as I'm concerned, a promise made to the public that you need to be sure is satisfied. Otherwise, it's violation of the statute. The very first one, given January 29th, answered February 21st, more than 3 weeks, not 10 days. Number 11, March 27th, it was provided. May 5th, it was answered. 12, May 8th, answered June 19th, more than a month later. Item 22, May 29 to August 29, 3 months. 25, you already heard. It looks here like June 27 and a year later, June 12th. And 33, September 8, 2014, June 12, 2015. There's also item 35. You need to find out what's going on and whether whether there's going to be any improvement. These are violations of the law and a disservice to the public under the law, Sunshine 67.21. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Any other members of the public?
Good afternoon, Thomas Piccarello. I'm glad to see somebody reading the packet material, and I urge the task force members to also read your packet material before you sit down at a task force meeting. One question I would have asked is, I guess he's a deputy city attorney. He didn't identify himself, and it's nice to see the city attorney participating in these proceedings, is what happens when a request is made to the superintendent of records and it involves city attorney records. Do they recuse themselves and submit it to somebody else to get their records, or do they actually handle the matter themselves when a member of the public is seeking records in the city attorney's office? Thank you.
Good point. Thank you, Mr. Piccarello. Any other members of the public?
Hi, I have an issue with the deputy city attorney who came and presented his report. It was great, but he didn't hang around to answer questions from the task force or to listen to public comment from people. So I find that to be disturbing.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Comments on item number 2? Seeing none, public comment is closed.
Anything further? No.
Sorry? Yep.
Would anyone like to make a motion to file this matter?
Normally just hear it and that's it.
We would like.
You want a motion to file it?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
On the motion to file the matter, Member Rummold?
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Eldon? Aye. Eldon, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Copra? Copra absent. Member Pilpil?
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner? Hepner absent. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn? Washburn absent. The motion to file the matter has passed. Next on the agenda is file number 15126, consideration of action to be taken regarding complaints pending before the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force filed by Alvin Johnson against various city agencies. I have provided additional communications from Mr. Johnson to you that was submitted during the past week and today. He has requested a continuance. In addition, I believe that Chair Washburn would like to be present prior to any final decision being made. May I suggest that we discuss the matter and take any comment that may be present and delay any actions and to allow Member Washburn to
Is
comment
Mr.
on the
Johnson
matter.
here?
I do not believe so.
Is not. Okay. And is there a party to this on the other side, or?
There are two, there really is no parties related to this. There are two representatives from departments
Okay.
of complaints that are included in this file.
Okay, so I think we should go ahead and hear it as you suggested, and then put it aside for Chair Washburn's. And as a first step, Mr. Clark, could you bring us up to speed? Because I know you've been on point on this matter for some time.
Yes, Mr. Johnson has submitted several complaints against various departments within the city and county of San Francisco. I believe there's approximately 25 complaints against various departments. The items are listed on the agenda. Mr. Johnson has made several requests to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force that we cannot comply with. He requests that we forward these items to various agencies for enforcement without having a hearing. He has made certain demands for hearings at specific committees. He has refused to attend meetings for various reasons, and the list goes on. In the packet are several relevant emails listing those requests and statements, and in addition to the ones that I have provided today. And basically, we cannot comply with his request. He is making demands of the task force that we cannot comply with, and he's not willing to accept the decisions of the task force in which we did hear the matters.
Through the chair. Or the,
Yes,
do I
Member Fisher?
Do I call him the chair or the vice chair today? Through the acting chair.
There you go.
So maybe I missed something in your preamble. What are we supposed to do about this? Especially the last thing we said. He doesn't want to follow any of our advice or rulings. So what do we do?
That is up to the task force to decide.
I mean, my grandmother would say, "Geiger's into height. Go in good health." I mean, what else are we supposed to do here?
I guess the question is, what are our options?
Anybody Jewish out there?
I have listed several possible actions that you could take today. You could schedule these items on specific dates and table them if he does not appear. You can take action to table or conclude the matters today as he is asking the task force to do something that's not within their jurisdiction to do. You can continue to the call of chair and just wait to see what happens in the future. It is at the discretion of the task force to decide how to proceed with this. You can write a letter to him questioning what he wants to happen. You can provide a letter to him saying this is what is going to happen if you can't comply. Your items will be tabled. It's up to the task force to come up with a solution.
Okay. Having looked at some of this material, a lot of what we do at the task force is also educating members of the public of how to present a request for records or requests for information. And I believe that burden has been met by yourself, Mr. Clark. So I'm fairly comfortable in my position. But I think let's go ahead and hear what the other members here have to say, and also the members of the public that are connected to this case, and then have some discussion, and then maybe put to the call of the chair to pick up again when Chair Washburn arrives.
Would any member of the public or department representative like to comment on this matter?
Yeah, Let's hear from the people.
Well,
Let's hear from the.
I would
through the
prefer
chair.
to,
Excuse me.
I would
Through the
prefer to
chair.
hear the discussion of
Sorry,
the task force members.
Yeah, Mr. Piccarello, we're going to hear from people that are in the departments connected to...
Yeah, I thought he invited the members of the public.
No, not yet. We'll come to that in a second. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No problem.
My mistake, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Brown. I'm the Executive Officer with the Civil Service Commission. I have taken office in January of this year, and since then, from this one individual, we have received over almost 200 emails in terms of not just requests for information, which we have tried to comply or send him to the right direction where he needs to get the information, but he refuses to accept the response and continues to send emails. And we are still receiving them, and we're still trying to respond to the many requests that he has presented. I'm hoping that we can come to some conclusion on at least some of the things that we are bringing forward, because there are more that are going to be coming before you. We are trying to timely respond to all of his requests, but some of them are very time-consuming because he's asking for records from 1999, which the Civil Service Commission does not have in its possession. But he refuses to hear that, and similar to what you've said today, refuses to take information that is presented to him in a positive way.
Thank you. Nice to meet you, Mr. Brown. Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon, Commission members. Thank you so much for hearing us. Susan Gard with the Department of Human Resources. I don't want to repeat my entire testimony from May, but as you know, we've been responding to requests from Mr. Johnson since 2007. We take his requests seriously. We support open government, but the voluminous nature of his requests and the incessant nature of his requests really forced us to invoke a rule of reason back in April. Currently, you can see on the agenda that he has 10 complaints against the department. We continue to, on a weekly basis, respond to Mr. Johnson's requests. He sends us an average of 15 requests per month. You all saw my big pile of papers between April and May that I brought to the commission in May. So we continue to try to respond to him. We also continue to try to guide him and ask him to narrow his requests so that we can be responsive. But it does take an extraordinary amount of time and effort. And in addition to responding to Mr. Johnson, which we've limited, we also have to respond to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, which we're happy to do, but is an additional step we need to take. And, today we all got an email, or many of us got an email from Mr. Johnson expressing that he already told us he wasn't coming tonight and that he has no intention of coming and that he doesn't think the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is in compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance. So given the fact that Mr. Johnson himself will not appear on these matters, yet he continues to file complaints, I would really urge the commission, the task force, to come to closure on the complaints that are open. And, we will continue to respond to his requests on a first come, first served basis, first in, first out. And we will continue to reply to Mr. Johnson in that manner with any of the records we have available.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Todd Reedstrom, the Deputy Controller, and I'm here today to thank you for considering a final action on this item. Our office has spent countless hours providing transparency, and we continue to have that commitment and stand ready for the public to provide information requested. We typically receive hundreds of requests every year. Some of them are immediate, others are general, and we take the responsibility to be helpful and provide whatever we can as timely as we can and to meet the spirit of the regulation. And so in the case of the item before you today, just over a 3-month period from March 4th, 2015 to June 6, 2015, our office received over 24 different requests, including 97 specific information requests, combinations of new requests, repeated requests of earlier requests, commentary and responses. And I'll have to say that this has taken a great deal of energy and commitment, and our staff wants to be able to respond and be helpful. But with all due respect, this also provides quite a burden and can be disruptive to our other important regularly scheduled public responsibilities. We have the responsibility to serve the entire public. And so I do ask you for your consideration for closure of this item, and we are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Paul Green from the Department of Human Resources. I just want to reiterate what Ms. Gard said. I've spent countless hours responding to Mr. Johnson's complaints. Every response sent to him results in 3 or 4 more additional requests that have multiple parts. Every response I send to him, I'm accused of that they're lies or they're forgeries. So the responses are never satisfy his complaints. And we spend countless hours responding to him, but they never satisfy whatever he is looking for. And so again, I'd like to reiterate that we would like to see some final action and guidance on how to proceed in the future in responding to Mr. Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other departments related to Mr. Johnson's requests here? Mr. Clerk?
On behalf of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, I have received, I provided a copy of IDR to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force that I did respond to. One of the questions in that IDR is problematic in that he's requesting all emails from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to departments, department heads, the mayor, board of supervisor members, and so forth. This is an overly broad request that cannot be easily provided, and this is a question that has involved many other complaints, and I have asked him to clarify and narrow his request before I proceed any further, as a request of that nature with no time limit or other restrictions would take us many months to redact before providing the documents to him, and until he clarifies that I am not taking any additional action. And this is something the task force would need to inform me how they wish me to proceed.
Okay, thank you. And the first speaker, Michael Brown, what department were you from?
Civil Service Commission.
Civil Service Commission.
Okay, thank you very much. Discussion, members?
I believe we can take public comment now, members of the public?
I think maybe
we have our discussion.
Okay.
And then we'll follow that with public discussion. Member Rummel first, and then Member Pilpel. You're okay? Member Pilpel.
So let me just start by asking at least the representatives from the 3 departments who appeared, and perhaps Victor for that matter. At this point, would you suggest, or could I conclude, that Mr. Johnson has made more requests and has more things pending than any other person that's made requests to your department? Could you just... I'm just trying to get a sense of the scope of the situation.
In the history of our responses to the Sunshine Ordinance requests, there's no one who even comes close, no entity who even comes close to the number and the complexity of the requests we receive from Mr. Johnson.
If it were a single request for a single thing, that's one thing, but it's like 10 things and going back to 99 and how this and who that, and yeah, okay, all right.
Absolutely.
I'd like to hear from others. Thanks.
As I stated earlier, I just took office in January, but just from that time frame, he's the only person that has been submitting requests from the last 10 months to our department. We have a small staff of only 6 people, so it makes it difficult to try to do all the research trying to find information because it's not readily available.
And between you and Sandra and the rest of the gang, it's... Yeah, okay. I got it. I think, Mr. Green,
We are caught up through August of all his requests. We still have 15 or more through September, and then the request through October. And no one comes close to what he submits to.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a pattern here that we've tried to establish.
What I'm just trying to...
Member Fisher?
Oh.
Yeah.
Same answer.
For clarity, Todd Reedstrom, Deputy Controller. We will have received approximately 341 requests for information over the last 12 months. This requester was 24, totaling a specific request over 90. To give you a sense as far as what that means, 1,700 pages and 19 publications and reports and documents and 33,000 rows of data being pulled and queried.
Thank you.
Very large.
Thank you.
Member Fisher?
Yeah, Chair Howell, my question is actually to Mr. Clerk and DCA Cola, should this be coming under the rule of reason? I mean, that came up in our complaint committee thing. And my second part of my question is, we're never going to deprive anybody of their right to file a complaint, but don't we? Doesn't this kind of come under the rule of reason? This is too many. And I guess my real question is, what are we supposed to do now? We have to either toss these or...
That is up to the task force to decide on how to proceed. You did hear certain of these complaints from Mr. Johnson against the city attorney, and you did find that the rule of reason did apply, and you found that there was no violation in that case.
You filed the...
We heard several of them, approximately 9 or 10, complaints that he filed against the city attorney. We did manage to have a hearing on those complaints. The task force found that the rule of reason did apply, and they found no violation.
I seem to remember that. And did any of these come before the complaints committee as well?
It went to the complaint committee before it came to the task force.
I heard a bunch of them.
And he appeared at that complaint committee.
He did.
Oh, yeah. It was memorable.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
However, as you will see in some of the emails, he does not agree with the decision, and he has written several emails concerning that.
Mm-hmm. Did he appeal the decision?
No.
Okay.
So,
Member Bilbao?
this is difficult territory. I understand. I get a sense from the departments that they're not necessarily looking for us to dismiss these matters, which we can, but more so to give them some guidance about how to proceed, because this is, no matter what we do on this set of complaints, there seems to be a continuing stream of email. As long as email exists, you're likely to get stuff. And I'm struggling with what individual departments could do or what advice we could give to the city as a whole. I mean, it strikes me, for example, we could designate one individual in the city that he's likely already corresponding with, or have departments send it to one person and have the one person attempt to get through the material. And if they determine that there's a request in one of these communications, to send that back to the relevant departments and say, please provide blah. And then it would be up to the department to prioritize and respond. But it seems to me that in the practical sense of this situation, that lots of city staff are receiving these emails, having to read them and determine if they're actually requests, if they're just follow-ups, if they're just thoughts, and whether and how to respond. And then, to the extent that they find that they need to respond, forwarding it on to other staff to respond. I mean, it's a huge investment of time for one individual.
I think what's being asked is twofold: a decision and guidance. That's how I'm reading this.
Yeah.
There's a third issue in that: how is the task force going to proceed with the complaints as
they now stand?
As he has indicated, he does not want the task force to have a hearing. He wants us to forward directly to the Ethics Commission or other bodies with the...
And I'm sure you've taken great pains to tell them that's not the process, and that's not how we work.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I have a question about this.
Yes.
So at least some of what he was asking for involved like large data sets, at least from one of the people who was talking. And I know the city is working to publish more and more data sets under the city data site. I'm wondering if at least some of what he's asking for can be like just pointed to him, or like we can tell him, like it can be told to him, like this is going to be published in this way. Here's how you can access it, and then maybe you can proceed from there after you've looked through all of the 30,000 lines of data that he's interested in.
Personally, I have provided access to the task force's website where all the information is stored, but that does not seem to provide enough information to him.
Okay.
He's asking for all kinds of things.
Okay, so there's not
history on employees
organized.
and
Okay.
records that need to be recreated.
I think there's a couple of issues here. I mean, he's obviously somewhat conversant with requesting information. He's done it many, many times. However, he's not doing it within the guidelines that we and other departments and the charter has laid out. he wants to jump to different parts. He wants to go straight to the Ethics Commission. He doesn't agree with our decisions. I think we have several options here, and I'd like Chair Washburn to weigh in, but this might be a good time to hear some public comment on this and consider maybe tabling this until Chair Washburn is back. Any members of the public like to? Mr. Piccirillo?
Thank you. Obviously, Mr. Johnson is a vexatious complainant. So what the task force needs to do is formulate a policy and how to eliminate vexatious complainants. But Mr. Johnson is not the only vexatious complainant, as we all know. But what's in front of you on this IDA agenda is his complaints. So what you should do, since he has no faith in the Sunshine Task Force, is just dismiss his complaints. And then next complaint he files with the task force, you would compel his attendance, or you will not put his complaints on your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? That's one of the things I wanted to ask.
Yes, Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm not associated with any of this. And from looking at one example on page 224 of a request to the Sunshine Task Force, certainly seems that these requests, at least in that instance, is fairly broad and certainly not the way we would make requests. In general, when we make requests, we try very hard to focus on very particular objective. We try and focus on a very particular set of documents. We focus on a time period wherever possible. I don't want to deal with 10,000 documents, and neither do I want to put any department to that sort of effort. That being said, I'm glad that you're considering tabling this, especially for Chair Washburn to weigh in, because I think you are treading in very, very dangerous areas when you decide to evaluate what you decide or what you consider to be a reasonable request. Certainly from my individual experience with library, departments are very, very quick, as far as I'm concerned, to cry a lot about all the time that is being required from them. Now, you certainly can differentiate between what's reasonable and not, but I think you need to be very cautious here and not go down a path where anything that's a little bit of problematic or time-consuming is going to cause either no response or a dismissal of a complaint. I don't see the complaints that are being discussed here. I see a lot of correspondence in the agenda packet, but no actual complaints. And I'm a little disappointed because I think the complaints would be key to understanding what it is he might say he wanted and what he might say he got, or in particular, what was inadequate about it. Keep in mind that the Sunshine Ordinance, when it went before the voters, did have a controller's estimate that there would be a considerable expense to the city to respond to requests. And as far as the voters presumably were concerned, that's part of democracy, that's part of open government, and that has to be very strongly defended and protected. So that's all I have to say in general about this, and I hope you do table it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, quick clarification. So Chair Washburn wanted to weigh in before any action or vote is taken. Is that correct?
We would just not take any action at this time and put it off until later on the agenda.
Continue to the call of the chair and then...
just no action.
Just no action.
We can take action later on in the meeting.
Okay, all right.
So in essence, we'll be tabling the tabling.
Well, tabling
We
is
should
a-
not use the word table
We
at
should
all.
not use the word tabling, because that would be closing it. I think we have another member of the public, Ms. Datish.
I just kind of have one word, which is whoa. When you, I know you said at one time, we're not supposed to understand or even question why somebody is going to file a complaint. And that kind of hit home, and I understand that. But you have to understand that nobody is helping us either. When we go to the window, it's not as if somebody's going to sit down and help us draft it and help us with the heading and get into the details of why we want this information or the methods or the efforts that we've tried to get it. This is way beyond anything that I can imagine. And looking at the amount of petitions that I filed last year, I could see that I could go down that path too. I mean, people come to the task force because they're angry, because they're upset for many, many reasons, and I think it would be a good idea to table this. It's kind of out of control.
Thank you. Just in response to that, Ms. Datish, one of the things we're doing in the Education and Training Subcommittee is to come up with guidelines for departments to help people craft good IDRs, the titles, the ins and outs, how it works, just to kind of optimize the whole process for everybody. So thank you for that. Any other members of the public on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Member Pilpel?
Yeah, I just had one quick observation. In the packet that we got today, there was an email sent to Mr. Johnson from Victor, I think, on Friday, October 2nd at 4:41 in response to his public record request. And I just wanted to take issue with one point at the very end where it says, please note that the SOTF cannot hear complaints against itself as it is a conflict of interest. Please consider filing your complaint against the SOTF with the Ethics Commission. I'm not sure that we've ever made that determination, so I would just caution in the future about making statements about who has jurisdiction and conflicts, unless, I don't know if Nick had any input on that. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I would just be careful about those sorts of things in the future. I have no problem continuing this to later in the meeting.
Right. So just to summarize, I think there's maybe three options as I see it, and we can take no action on this and then reintroduce this when Chair Washburn is here. But one is to table and close these items. Another one is to hold another meeting, invite him to attend, and explain this to him basically in person. What I'd like to avoid, though, is having to bring members of these departments here once again. I mean, in a way, I consider this hearing that option, and he decided not to show, and again, that's consistent with his behavior and how he holds this process in this body in regard. So I'm personally not inclined to give him that option, but I think let's go ahead and put this aside till later in the evening and revisit it at that point. Did you have something else you wanted to add? Please.
Respectfully, through the chair, Todd Reedstrom, Deputy Controller. I know you have several staff who respectfully showed up for you for your regular agenda. If you do choose to continue it till later in the agenda, if you could please provide a time certain so that we may also be doing our other public work. So if you continue it to later in the day, let us know a time certain. If you continue it to another day, we are happy to come back before you, but I respectfully request that.
That's certainly reasonable. We're somewhat at the behest of our chair as to when and if she shows up. I think 7 o'clock is what she'd estimated. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately, and it kind of depends where we are with other. Mr. Clerk, could you perhaps email the gentleman when we're going to reopen it? Is that acceptable? If you'd like to be present. Yes.
I'm not sure there's a reason to ask these department heads to come back unless they feel the need to watch what's going on. The complainant isn't here. It seems like...
Let me just correct. We're not asking him to come back. In fact, I think he was asking that he'd like to be here if we bring it up later this evening. That's how I understood it.
No, I just want to be respectful to the task force, and so we've said everything we have to say.
Right.
And so if we do not need to be here as department representatives, I will not plan to be, but I don't want that to be seen as any disrespect for your deliberations.
I misunderstood that. No, we've had your discussion, public comments happened, so we'll just revisit this between the members at a future date this evening. Mr. Warfield, public comment is closed on this. I'm sorry.
I thought tabling meant it's not happening tonight, and I too would like to be notified if it is happening later.
We're not tabling it. That's the term that members of the public have used. We are going to take no action on it and then potentially reintroduce it later tonight when Chair Washburn is here.
What is going to happen is we are delaying action on this matter. We have held public comment and we have had discussion on the matter. The task force may have additional comments on this later in the meeting. But at this time, we are taking no action, and we will delay the action until later tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do we need to vote on that?
No, we do not.
Okay.
And just to be clear, the departments are not required to come back later on tonight. We have accepted the testimony.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
I mean, can I just add, in practical terms, thank you, Todd and Michael, for being here, and Paul and Susan. If either Paul or Susan want to stay or come back and sort of be someone here, that's fine, and they can probably let you know, but I think we got the idea from the departments as to what's happening. It's difficult, and we'll try to noodle through it and figure something out. Thank you very much.
Like I said, thank you. All right.
Next on the agenda are recommendations from the Complaint Committee. The Complaint Committee held a hearing on September 15, 2015 to review file numbers 15096 and 15099 and issued a report and recommendation for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to review. The first item is file number 15096, complaint filed by Jason Grant Garza against the Department of Public Health, the Police Department, the Sheriff's Department, the Department of Emergency Management for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 for failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. The Complaint Committee did find that they had jurisdiction and found that the Department of Public Health violated Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21C and 67.25A. The Police Department violated 67.25A. The Sheriff's Department did not violate the Sunshine Ordinance. The Department of Emergency Management violated Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21C. I believe that that concludes my summary of this first item.
Member Fisher?
Yes, through the chair. This was, so we're starting with 15096. Yeah, this was a complainant who has been here many times, and well, he's not here while I don't often agree with him on much of anything. I at least, applaud his activism. I mean, that's what we're here for, and that's what we're about. In summary, Chair Allison and I listened to all four. He had four complaints: the Police Department, the Department of Public Health, the Department of Emergency Management, and the Sheriff. And somehow the Sheriff kind of skated by on it. We dug and dug and dug, and there was really no violation. The complainant, as he always does, came in, guns ablaze and spit and vinegar, and wanted this to go all the way up to the Ethics Commission, and we really had to go through this piece by piece and determine that it really wasn't a matter for the Ethics Commission, and we just had to sort of sift through it. And there were the violations that we cited. I think they were mostly timeliness or failure to assist or something, because there was some confusion, and I vaguely recall there was something about I didn't get the email, it went to the wrong box, nobody was covering it, and personally, after 3.5 years, I'm not going to put up with that one anymore. Check your emails, put something on there. I'm preaching to the wrong people here, but so we did, put out those violations, and as I said, Allison was with me, and I think she now would. So I should ask you, Victor, will Acting Chair Hyland make determinations on what we do with this? Because we had discussed do the violations and just put them in there for the record. We didn't really see anything that was particularly egregious or had to be referred to education and outreach or compliance or anything else. They were just, yep, we did it, we were late, we were wrong, we won't do it again.
And just to summarize the actual question, he was asking for certain police codes, and the majority of the answers were, please check with the other department. We don't have that type of information. And the Sheriff's Department did provide a copy of the police codes, of the radio codes, and other related information to that.
Okay.
As did D.
Well, you can find that at the public library. I mean, that's where I found it.
So basically, we're either going to take the recommendation and adopt those two violations or not. Is it a vote we take here? Or?
Yes, you either adopt the violations of the complaint committee, or you do not accept the recommendations.
Okay. Are there any discussion, Member Popo?
Yeah. So, and maybe this is for DCA Cola. I reviewed the matter in detail. I'm fine with the recommendation. My only question is for the three departments for which we're proposing to find a violation, do we need to name individuals? Because that's what we've done in the past, is say that, you sent a request to Chief Sir, they didn't respond on a timely basis. It's not just the police department as an amorphous blob, but it's actually Chief Sir or others.
I think the only significance that would hold is if you were referring it somewhere in particular. It doesn't sound like you're going to do that, so.
We're not, yeah.
So, okay, so if we're not making a referral, we can just accept these recommendations and find the three departments in violation generally, and that's it?
Sure.
Oh, okay, cool.
In addition to that, since we didn't name them prior to this time, they have not been informed, and we would not be able to do it today.
Well,
if you decide to name people.
They did get copies of the recommendation.
However, if we did not notice it in that way, I would not be comfortable filing a complaint against someone who was not properly notified.
Okay, then let me say I'm fine with going with this. Happy to make the motion to, accept the recommendation. In the future, though, if the committees that are hearing these and making recommendations, where there's a recommendation to find a violation, if you can attach names to it, I think that would be better.
So
Do
noted.
we have those names?
It's many times, this is a policy matter that the task force has not given me direction on. If they file a complaint against the department, I do not list specific names. Either the complainant gives me a name, or I just list the department.
And what I'm saying is when a committee is hearing it, the committee can say, okay, you're making a complaint against X department. It looks like you communicated with that person. That person didn't respond on a timely basis. The recommendation of the task force is to find a violation as to that person. When the recommendation issues, it would go to that person. They would be named, they would be noticed, and then we could find a violation as to that individual. So I'm just trying to get away from the department as a blob and get to actual people who did or did not comply on a timely basis.
So just to be clear here, if we take the recommendation of these violations, what happens next?
I would write an order of determination, and it would be up to the chair or Vice Chair Highland to determine if this needs to be referred to committee, or if we let it stand at finding a violation.
Okay.
And our recommendation, and I don't know if you want to wait for Allison or just move forward, but our recommendation was that the three parties in violation admitted that, yes, they were late and that they've taken action to make sure this doesn't happen again. And one of them was really, really rough. It's like a day late. It was right on the border. So we didn't, I mean, they were here. They were active. They provided all the information. We didn't see any need to, other than to, rightfully cite the violation. We didn't see the need to do anything else to refer them to committee or anything.
Thank you. Do we need to take public comment on this?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that.
Don't we have a motion first?
Yeah. Do you want to make the motion? We should make a motion.
There should be a motion to adopt the recommendation.
Right. Someone that's not me should make the motion to adopt.
I believe Member Pilpil has indicated that he would like to make the motion.
Second.
Would you like to take public comment on that motion at this time?
Yes. Public comment on that
public
motion.
comment on this motion?
I recall that hearing. I just happened to have been there when it was taking place, and it was like classic Jason Grant Garza. In the little 3-minute video excerpt he showed, to me, it looked like he was setting up these departments. He was in this kind of gray zone of inside a building. It was kind of surreal. It's him on the phone. And he's been through the system so many times, it really sounded like he was setting up these departments. And the violations were so very minor that they were late, but by such a small period of time that it was kind of difficult for me to even watch it because, I mean, you have to issue the orders and this and that, but he's done it so many times. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Datish. Any other members of the public on the motion?
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. We're not a party to this, nor particularly familiar with the details, but while supporting the motion, I think that one of your members has raised a very significant point, and one which has happened over and over again at the Sunshine Task Force. It basically involves a technicality used by the Ethics Commission to toss Sunshine Ordinance referrals. You have referred to them things which they then simply tossed because there was no department head name attached. And I see that the chair is nodding. He's had the experience. Consequently, I think you should have a practice and preferably a written procedure that includes basically creating accountability. And I think that no matter who individually has violated a law, ultimately the department head is responsible for job descriptions, for training, and so on. And so I think you should attach as a basically technicality, just in case something is referred or something does become, for example, a willful violation, a repeat violation in future. So I think you should follow the sensible thing which was suggested, and that is, and make it a practice as well as a procedure, that any complaint about anybody within a department is at the same time inherently a complaint against the department head, and name that person by title and by name. So supporting the motion with preferably an amendment, which is really a minor thing for you to do but could later be significant, especially in favor of the complainant who you've determined has been violated against. So I would, again, support the motion and urge you to add a specific name of a department head and the title. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Any other members of the public on this motion? Seeing none, public comment is closed. And in response to Mr. Warfield's comment, I know we have a sort of a list of amendments to SOTF policies and procedures, and Member Pilpel brought that up. That might be a good one to add just to work it in so it does appear in written form at some stage. I think I'd like to take a vote on this so we can get to the next item and then get to public comments. So
all I was going to say is I think we should change that practice going forward on these two. I'm willing to let it go, particularly if we're not going to refer them.
That was my point. So if
on
we
the
take
motion to accept the recommendations of the complaint committee, Member Rummold? Aye. Rummold, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Copra? Copra, absent. Member Pilpil?
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner? Hepner, absent. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn? Washburn, absent. The motion passes. Next on the agenda is file number 15099, complaint filed by Sarah Mars against...
No referral.
No referral.
The matter, item number 15096 was not referred. referred to committee, and the matter shall be concluded. Item number 5, file number 15099, complaint filed by Sarah Mars against Public Works for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21, for failure to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. The complaint committee determined that a violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21A and B for failure to respond to a public records request in a timely and complete manner. I did speak with Ms. Mars prior to this meeting. She is not, will not be attending. She is satisfied with it. With the finding. She is working with Mr. Lee of Public Works to get additional documents, and I believe there was a misunderstanding in the terminology of the request, and they have resolved that issue. If there are any additional requests, she will make them.
Great. So the complaint committee worked.
So you want me to give a quick summary on this one, or?
I think.
I'll just make one comment. The most interesting part, you can listen to it on the recording if you want, the most interesting part of this, and at this point, Dr. Mars was the last case, so there was literally nobody in the gallery. And once we got through we didn't know it was a public request, so we were late, who was it supposed to be? And then they're both up there speaking, taking turns at the microphone, and then Dr. Mars saying, well, I need this, and where would I get this, and how do I get this? And I turned to her and said, well, you just need to ask, Mr. Lee. And she goes, well, how do I go about that? How do I file a request to ask him? I said, he's standing right there. Why don't you guys take 10 minutes and figure out what you need? Because we're not going anywhere, and we're all here. So it was one of those rare times where where Allison and I felt like we were actually helping somebody and kind of doing the educational part. So I'm happy to hear that she did get everything she wanted. I mean, he was late, and he did admit it, but instead of, dragging this out 3 and 4 more months, I think Mr. Lee was a little surprised when I said, well, give her what she wants. Tell her. Answer her questions.
Thank you, Member
That
Fisher.
worked out really well.
Thank you. So what action do we take on this, Mr. Clerk?
If someone would like to make a motion to accept the recommendation of the complaint committee.
I'd like to make that motion.
Second.
Public comment on that motion?
H&H motion.
Seeing no public comment? No.
What, I have something to say? No, I'm about to.
All right, Member Pilpel, make it brief. I want to have public
Just one
comment
clarification.
as quickly as possible.
I noted the email from Frank Lee where he was trying to clarify his statement about the records request. So if the final order can reflect that clarification, that he wasn't.
Yes, I will make that clarification when I write the order of determination.
That's fine. Otherwise, it's fine. And also no referral, right? Check.
Also with no referral.
Okay.
On the motion, there being no public comment on the motion to accept the recommendation of the complaint committee, Member Rummold?
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Copra? Copra absent. Member Pilpil?
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Hepner? Hepner absent. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn? Washburn absent. The motion passes.
Matter
With no referral.
There's no referral to committee. The matter is hereby concluded. I will issue the order of determination for the chair to sign. Next on the agenda is public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
This is weird, but I think you can handle it. Okay, this is a public meeting room, right? This is nobody's workplace. You come here for a period of time, you do your work, you have your public meeting, and you leave. However, in the Arts Commission world, it is somebody's workplace. Basically, I think you may recall, who can forget, that as a street artist, I was harassed by some market manager at Justin Herman Plaza over the course of 4 years. He sought me out in other parts of the city. He would steal my artwork. He would jump out and harass me. I had to have a video GoPro camera many times when I went out to work. It was that bad. I took him to court 3 separate times. At various points, I went with witnesses, restraining orders issued, he violated them, and the Arts Commission took absolutely no responsibility because he wasn't an employee of the city and county or of the Arts Commission. He was a citizen like myself, a volunteer. Okay, fine. So I went to the full Arts Commission meetings. I begged for their help. There was none forthcoming. I had gone down to Justin Herman Plaza probably about a year ago. I lasted 1 hour when he came up and began harassing me again. So I called a commissioner at home. I was at my wit's end. Nothing is written in any code, ordinance, charter, maybe a sentence in a good government guide telling the public that you're not allowed to communicate with commissioners. I'm from the East Coast. We don't even have this system that you have here. So the woman slammed down the phone. She did come down. And then through doing a public record search, I find that she's seeking a restraining order against me. So I did go to the hearing, even though I wasn't served. And the final restraining order is against an individual. A commissioner is 77 years old. Yet, I to this day, am banned from entering the building 25 Van Ness Avenue. No reason given. They had intended to ban me from the War Memorial Building. They're moving their offices this week. And I had to file an appeal at the appellate court because of a bad ruling of a city attorney. All she had to do was look at the restraining order. It's against an individual and not a location. So her reasoning was that because this commissioner attends occasionally meetings, that would be her workplace. And I disagree with that entirely. It's unbelievable to me. It's a violation of law, and that's that.
Member Philpott?
Just one follow-up question. Do you want us to refer to you in the minutes now as Ann Tribu? That's my name. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to make public comment on items not on the agenda this evening? Mr. Warfield, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Welcome to the new and returning members of the Sunshine Task Force, and also some of those, I guess, who relatively recently have returned. There's quite a number of things that I'd like to bring up, but time is limited. So the first thing is the current issue of the West Side Observer has my article, which I would like to give each one of you a copy of at this time. And I hope you read it promptly. The later item that you have on item 13 is something that I believe both I and Alan Grossman, the retired attorney and activist, consider to be a bylaws change, and so it shouldn't be on the agenda without having a minimum of 10 days' notice. Alan Grossman also thinks that your own bylaws require that the Rules Committee basically vet any changes, and it's not clear that the Rules Committee has done that with whatever it is that's on the agenda tonight. I would further add that you've also got a requirement in your bylaws that the Complaint Committee, quote, monitor the complaint process and, quote, make recommendations to the task force regarding how the complaints should be handled. And it's not been clear to me from the agenda this time or last time that the Complaint Committee has had a hand, as it appears is its duty under your own bylaws. So I would urge you not to take up this, the proposed changes, which have now appeared for a second time and possibly more on the full task force without any indication that I'm aware of that these committees have done their duty with respect to those proposed changes. In general, I want to say that Sunshine is a lovely document, And it talks about basically securing the rights in democracy and of the people. And I'd like to read a few small excerpts. The Board of Supervisors and the people of the City and County of San Francisco find and declare, this is section 67.1, the government's duty is to serve the public, reaching its decisions in full view of the public. I'll skip section B and C and go on to D. The right of the people to know what their government and those acting on behalf of their government is doing is fundamental to democracy, and with very few exceptions, that right supersedes any other policy interest government officials may use to prevent public access. I recommend you also read E and F, which I think are lovely and should be the guiding light for all of you as you go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Any other members of the public? Seeing no one else, public comment is closed.
Next on the agenda, item number 7. File number 15004, complaint filed by Ali Ataha against the Department of Human Resources for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21, for failure to respond to requests for public records in a timely and/or complete manner. Is Mr. Ataha in the room? I would like to note to the task force that Mr. Ataha has
Okay.
I do not believe Mr. Ataha is in the room at this time. Mr. Ataha has a pattern of non-appearance before the task force.
So, Mr. Chair?
Are there anyone else connected to that case? The Department of Human Resources still here? There. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Just want to make sure you're here.
Time he's done this? Yeah.
Mr. Clerk, can you give us some more history on Mr. Alta? I mean, you said he has a pattern of...
We have scheduled him for several hearings, and this is not the first time he has not appeared without providing notice.
Okay.
He has requested continuances on other of his complaints, but upon rescheduling, he does not show up.
Okay. Let's hear from the Department of Human Resources.
Paul Green, the Department of Human Resources. On January 12th, I believe it was, he sent his request for employment information for David Kerr. On January 13th, I responded that there's no one by that name employed by the city or ever employed by the city. This information was again repeated when he filed his complaint. I told him there's no one by that name. So I just asked that this matter be closed. There's no records to produce.
So,
Member Pilpel?
Yeah, so the question I'm struggling with now is, should we dismiss the complaint and not hear it on the merits, or should we hear it on the merits just with the respondent present and not the complainant? We've done both in the past.
Member Rummel?
I've been going for a little bit, but I thought we had a policy that we were putting in place about what to do with these.
I believe our policy is to table the matter due to non-appearance if they do not.
That's our more recent practice.
And then dismiss the complaint if they haven't reinitiated it after 30 days or so.
It will be dismissed at this time, but they can always refile if it becomes an issue.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think we give them maybe 2 chances to appear, and then if not, it gets tabled.
Actually, it gets tabled on the very first time if they do not provide advance notice.
Okay, that's our new policy. Right. Good.
They were notified, complainant was notified, didn't request a continuance, and didn't appear.
Okay.
And this is a pattern.
Can I also ask what the existing policy is for people who request information that doesn't exist, like this? Is there a task force policy on that? I mean, because otherwise people could request infinite amounts of information that couldn't possibly exist within the city.
Generally, so long as the department responds on a timely basis that they have no responsive records, that's their response.
Yeah. Member Kohler? DCA Kohler?
Through the chair, from my understanding, we didn't get any notice that the complainant wasn't going to appear today. And this isn't the first time that he's done it. I think the task force is well within its rights just to hear this on the merits, since it seems like a sort of open and shut case. Then he doesn't have the right to refile.
I agree. I think since we have the other party here, let's go ahead and hear it and rule on it.
Yes. First on the, we would need to determine jurisdiction. And Member Wolf has a...
Member Wolf?
It does seem like we were trying to come up with a policy in recent meetings, which is running counter to what we're about to do. And it seems like either we should decide that we're doing this on a case-by-case basis and forego having a policy, or we should stick to the policy that we've moved towards having and is probably somewhere in the quasi stages of being formalized. I don't feel comfortable with this sort of, we have a policy, but we're going to not do it because it doesn't make sense to follow it at this point in time.
All right. I think that's a good point, but I think if we do hear it, at least we've kept it alive or given it due consideration as much as possible, rather than just completely shutting it down based on that policy. So we're going above and beyond in the interests of the complainant. That's how I see that. But maybe the clerk can tell us, has that policy been ratified, if you like?
It's currently in the complaint procedures, and I don't believe it has been ratified at this
Hasn't been adopted yet formally.
No, it has not.
But we've been using it.
We have been using it on a case-by-case basis, that's true. Rumbled.
Victor, could you clarify again what we have been doing? My recollection was we would submit or table whatever term you want to use for a fixed period, and then it would automatically...
We would table it, and they would have a certain amount of time to request that it be reopened or to refile.
Right. And then what would happen at the expiration of that time? It would just go away.
Be tabled, and no additional action would be taken.
Be deemed concluded.
Yeah. So I continue to think that's what we should do, even though I agree with DC Akola that we could totally hear it, but I agree with Member Wolf that if we have a policy, we should follow it.
Or even a policy.
Or even if it's a
right.
inchoate policy, we should attempt to follow it.
Attempt to be consistent.
Yeah.
Member Kilpel?
I think while we certainly could hear it on the merits now, I think given our recent practice, when the complainant doesn't appear, doesn't make a request for continuance, that we table the matter, give them some reasonable amount of time if they want to reopen it, and failing that it's deemed concluded, having not reached the merits. I think we're good with that. If the complainant isn't going to show, isn't going to ask, it's like we're not asking the complainant to do much, just either show up or let us know something. If they're not willing to do that much, then I don't know that we need to go the next step and hear it on the merits.
And even
That's
though
sort of where I am.
I think the policy we're going to adopt is the first absence allows us, to table it. There's more than one in this case, from what I'm understanding.
This is a pattern.
This is a pattern on previous cases. Okay.
Someone should make a motion.
Motion to table.
Is there a second?
Second.
Public comment on that motion?
So who made and seconded, sorry?
Mr. Haynes.
Public comment on that motion.
Oh, another H&H? Oh, good.
Mr. Warfield.
Peter Warfield, I'm not a party to this, but I'm very troubled by, once again, the task force not following its procedures or, in some cases, the law. You have existing procedures, and you need to follow them. You have not approved the abomination that's coming up in item 13. You have not voted for it, so you can't hold the public to a draft procedure. No matter how much you would like to do that, you can't do that. I have to say that I agree with Deputy City Attorney Kola. You can hear complaints. I'm not familiar with this one, but there are some that, as far as I'm concerned, don't require the complainant at all. If the complainant can show I made an immediate disclosure request, for example, on this date, and they answered a month later, it's clearly late. If that's all the complainant wants, you've got it in black and white. I also think there's a deficiency in the rules, which is actually a great unfairness, which is not in your draft, and that is you allow the departments to bring a so-called knowledgeable representative, in other words, anybody they want to assign or say is knowledgeable, but you don't give that privilege to the complainant. You insist that the complainant personally has to appear. That's not equitable in comparison with what's provided to departments. You don't know why this complainant didn't show up today. Maybe there was an accident. Maybe they're still stuck in a Muni tunnel. You don't know. So I think you first of all need to look at your existing procedure that's written down and follow that. If there's also a practice that's within the procedure and you do it on a case basis, I think you need to give the complainant the benefit of the doubt. And that's not to kick them out and then give them the privilege of applying for readmission. This is presumably a complaint that was properly filed and properly scheduled. And I would say either, from what I heard, it's the first time on this complaint that the complainant hasn't shown up. I think you need to give, and it's somewhere in the law that you should give the benefit of the doubt to the citizen, to the complainant. So I think the complainant should not have to sort of fight his way back in. I think it's a reasonable thing to hear it without the complainant. I think that certainly should be specified in your rules. What happens if the complainant simply doesn't show up? And what do you consider a reasonable notice? And how do you handle those differently? In the absence of that, you need to know what does the current procedure say and what has been your reasonable practice within the existing procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public have comment on this motion? Discussion?
So just to be clear, if this passes, the matter will be tabled and the complainant will be so notified. If the complainant responds back and says, hey, I was stuck in traffic or a Muni tunnel or some other exigent circumstance happened, then we would consider recalendering it in the future. So it's not like this is the end of it. It's the end of it absent some kind of showing.
Member Rummel?
And just to address what Mr. Warfield was saying, if we considered it right now, the evidence that we would have to weigh is the government agency saying no records exist, and we would have nothing from the complainant to contradict that. So we would obviously find in favor of the government without other evidence to contradict it. So this is, we are bending over backwards to give him due process, him or her. I don't know who the complainant is. This is easily more than we need to do. And I also think it's consistent with our past policies, and it is the right thing to do.
Okay.
On the motion to table the matter, Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Hefner absent. Member Haynes.
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn. Washburn absent. The motion passes. The matter is tabled.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Next on the agenda, item number 8, file number 15010, hearing on the status of the order of termination. Complaint filed by Thomas Piccarello against the San Francisco Fire Department for violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21C, 67.25A, 67.27, for failure to identify public records that were withheld, for failure to respond to public records requested in a timely manner, and for failure to justify the reason for withholding certain records. The Sunshine Laws Task Force previously heard this matter. It was referred to committee. The committee held 2 separate hearings, and I believe there were additional questions, and it was referred back to the Sunshine Laws Task Force for final review. With a member of...
you want?
I believe...
Is it Hepner?
It was Hepner, but I was there. You want me to?
Yeah, Member Pilpel, if you can bring us up to speed.
Okay, so we've spent a fair amount of time on this. Let me just check. Mr. Piccarello is still here?
Yes, he's here.
And Mr. Darmanin? Welcome. Mr. Bond? Okay, all right. So we've spent time on this. We found a violation. Mr. Piccarello made a request for records related to a fire on Clement Street. He was asking for the incident report, the investigation, the whole 9 yards. He got some material earlier, didn't get all of the material, claimed that there was more material. We had a couple of hearings. The fire department said that they had done a search, they would do a further search, blah, blah, blah. We made requests in writing to clarify what the search was, who had done it, what came out, et cetera. We should hear from both parties as to the status. I think we got, I don't know if we got a written response to the September 18th memo, but we should hear about that, and we certainly got something in September 8th and prior as a follow-up to, oh yes, we did get something on September 30th. Okay, so there's a lot of material before us. The question really is whether, I think the question is whether Mr. Piccarello got all of the material that exists, and regardless of whether it took too long or not, we've already found a violation, whether there's anything else that can be done, or whether he's gotten all the information and we just close the matter. But we should hear from both parties, and in particular, we wanted to hear from the fire department as to the search that they did, who did the search, and a little bit about why some of the material wasn't originally discovered and disclosed.
Thank you.
Is that a good summary?
Very nice, yes. Do we need to find jurisdiction on this?
That has already been done.
Okay. So if we could hear from Mr. Piccarello first.
Good afternoon, Thomas Piccarello. This is my third appearance in front of the full task force on this order of determination. And Mr. Pipel did a fair summary of the 2 or 3 other committees that I was required to go to. But the main issue is the fire report. If you reviewed the 210 pages of my packet material, and I'm sure you all have, you'll see that there's still excessive redactions in the fire report. The redacted report is page 426 and 427 of your packet. So, your name and race of occupant and manager of the premises where the fire occurred is redacted. Name and owner of the address and witnesses of the fire report are still redacted. Head of the nonprofit of the building is redacted. So you can read for yourself for probably the first time tonight, the 426 and 427 of the redactions, still asserted by the fire department that I'm not entitled to. What they cite you government code 6254F, and if you read the code for yourself, you see that those redactions are not permissible. You certainly can get an opinion by Mr. Kohler or Mr. Rummel as to whether or not what I'm asserting is true. But all these redactions in the report that I requested 9 months ago are still being redacted. So that's the primary issue in front of you tonight. The other issue, let me summarize. The latest response by the fire department, I think last week, was that there are now 2 other city departments and agencies that have records. Well, I made the request a year ago, and they should have told me a year ago there were other city departments that had records relevant to our request. Captain is here tonight. He can explain to you why the report is still redacted illegally, and why 10 months after my request am I now being advised that there are other city agencies and departments who also have fire records. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public in support of Mr. Piccarello?
I didn't attend most of his hearings, but I listened to it on audio because it was interesting to me. And I feel what Chair Washburn said, that this was Mr. Piccarello's fire, is kind of true. He suffered in the fire, and his reasons for wanting this information is his own business. And I think he came every time. He presented clear reasons why he wanted the documents, and I still believe that he's entitled to them unredacted.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? If we could have the respondent approach, please. And I guess there's 2 respondents tonight.
Rob Bond, Fire Department. I'll respond to about the redaction of the fire investigation report. On April 13th, the Bureau of Fire Investigation sent a modified redacted version of the fire investigation report to Mr. Piccarello. A modified redacted version was presented to him because he's a victim of the fire. So being by law that he's is entitled for additional information that the common members of the public are not entitled to. And the only thing that the information that was still remained redacted in that version, the modified redacted version, were date of birth of witnesses and phone numbers of the witnesses. Everything else, the names of all of the witnesses were included. There was, that was provided to him. And then also there's evidence that we actually did send on that, on the April 13th, that was provided in the packet. The modified redacted version was not included because the board members and the general public are not all victims of the fire.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is John Darman. I'm the captain of the Arson Task Force. One of my other duties is the custodian of records as it pertains to fire investigation reports. Those are reports of a higher level where we actually have arson investigators investigate fires that cannot be determined at the scene by the fire crews that respond. And then, but I'm also custodian for the fire incident reports, which are the statistical reports that are created by the fire suppression crews that go there. They're very simple fire reports, if you will, but much more streamlined. Basically has the same information, but more streamlined. My recollection when we were here last was, I think I was pretty straightforward that, we could have done better, and I recognized that, and I went back and I did review the redaction of the report and eliminated some of those redactions. And Mr. Piccarello tonight said there was excessive redactions, and he cited redactions that were not made. In the original redaction they were made, but not in the subsequent modified redaction. So either he did not receive the copy of the modified redactions, which Mr. Bond cited, I think it was sent in April, or he's confusing the two, one or the other. There is very little redaction in the final version that was given to him. I wish we had given it to him sooner, and I think I made that clear that was my bad. I'm the guy that has to do that. I can't entrust the redaction of documents to anyone. I have to do that myself. We got quite a few requests, dozens and dozens. 1 month, I think, was 60 plus. So that's not an excuse. I wish this will help us getting more staff to help, if you will. And on some level, it has. I have a office manager now that Peter Leong, that is fantastic. Believe me, I'm shocked that we don't have more complaints from a year ago. That's how bad things were. But I could only do the best I can do. And but luckily, my boss, ultimately Chief Joanne White, listened to that, provided us with an office manager, and quite frankly, recognized the need. So we are doing better. We could always continue to do better, and that's what I'm striving for. And I think some of you, I know Mr. Pilpel knows that I was here as a complainant in the past. I value sunshine, and I had the same complaints of the fire department on other issues. So I thought it was just noteworthy anyway to say that, because believe me, I believe in sunshine. But in this case, there simply is no excessive redactions that exist any longer. The redactions that we withheld, I consulted with the city attorney's office just to make sure, can I give them this person's birth date? Absolutely not. That's just unnecessary. Whatever was redacted, I did not bring a copy with me, but I think Mr. Bond has it. But it was very limited. I don't know if it was even double digits in terms of the number of words that were redacted in this report. That being said, we are going to continue to do better. We can only, give it our best shot, and we will continue to do that. When I was here last time, I brought photographs that I did not supply the first time around, and I should have, but I didn't. And when I recognized that, I actually brought them with me, and Mr. Piccarello didn't want them. It was amazing. Here you go. No, I don't want them. He wants them, but he doesn't want them at that time. That didn't make any sense to me, but maybe he had his reasons. I don't know. I believe he has since received them in a much less quality via email, but I believe he has those now. I know we have a record of sending them. He also received additional documents that were in the file that I did not produce in the past that I typically wouldn't, but I recognize, I think I need to give him this based on what I'm learning. I gave it to him. There are documents in there that we never hand out because it is the duty of the agencies who created those documents to hand those out. He mentioned that he was not notified that these other agencies existed. And actually he was. It's actually in the report. We cite those other documents. We don't say, oh, hey, go and get them. We cite the police case number. All he has to do is read that, recognize that there is another document, go to the police department and get it. What I am doing now is I will say, hey, if you want this police report, go and get it. Here's the case number. But the information is and was in the report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Some questions.
Yes. Members, discussion?
Anyone else in support?
Anyone else in support of fire department? Seeing none, discussion is with the members. Member Pilpel.
Okay, so first to Mr. Darmanin, and thank you for coming. It would have, where are you? Come back.
Still here.
Thank you. Come back. It would have been better had you been at the committee meeting in August, but you're here now. Assure me of a couple of things. Everything in the file, in either redacted or non-redacted fashion, has been provided to Mr. Piccarello. He has everything that there exists in the department related to this fire incident?
Except two items. I believe the CAD file, the dispatch file, that's not a fire department document. That's from DEMS, Department of Emergency Management System, and the police report. Those two items, they have very clear procedures. If anybody wants that, they have to go get it from their respective departments, police and DEMS.
Do you have a copy of those documents in the file?
Absolutely, yes.
But you're telling us that you can't provide them?
Correct, because I am told by the agency providing us with that document that only they hand out that document if anyone wants it. Send them to us and we'll be happy to do it. They track whoever is asking for the document.
But so do you.
I'm sorry?
But you track whoever is asking for a document in this case. I mean,
Correct,
you know that it,
but they are the decision makers as to what needs to be redacted in there. It's their document. I don't know what their policy is on redactions, so I can't redact based on my redaction policy. They may have some other guidelines, and it's not my job to do that.
well, I'm not sure about that, actually.
And if it is, that's great. Give me something to show them, and I'll be happy to start doing that. But right now, our procedure is.
Hold on. I mean, generally, if a department has records, whether it created it or received it, it's your record. It may have originally been their record, but you've got a copy of it. If someone asks for it, if it's not exempt from disclosure, then you kind of need to provide it. Hold on. And if there is redaction related to that document, I think it's your redaction policy that would govern, because you've got a copy of the document, someone asked for it, but there you go. And if they would get a differently redacted version of the document from DEM or the police department, then so be it. But if you happen to have custody of that document in your files, then you've got a copy of the record. Am I missing something, Mark? No?
May I respond?
This happens all the time in federal
How does it work there?
stuff, and
Would you mind using the microphone?
Enlighten us, please.
the agency that has it refers it to
The originating
other agency.
The originating agency.
Right. And so I could see a world where you are required to initiate the process for the requester, but I can also understand that, the police department might have special insights into what needs to be redacted from.
Okay, so maybe
a file.
maybe the middle ground is if you do a records search and find documents that you're saying are sort of other agency documents, if you respond to the requester and say, we have a copy of this report, and cite it by number, date, whatever the reference is, to get a copy of it, you need to go to this department to get it, then it's not like DEM may have records that are interesting to you, but in fact, there is a record. It's this record, incident number, CAD number, whatever the hell, right? Go to DEM, here's their records custodian, here's how you get it.
And I've never implied that they have it.
But perhaps you should have.
But perhaps
No,
being specific in the response, saying, here's the thing, and they've got, here's how you get it. Not just...
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, because the notation that there is another document is contained within our report.
Right.
We cite the report number, the ability for that person to go get it. We don't clearly state, at least not then, that, oh, by the way, there's another report. If you want it, you have to get it from this agency. We weren't helpful to that degree. We are doing that now.
Going forward.
Exactly.
And be very, okay.
Exactly.
Just so I understand, is that an actual policy, or is this
Yes.
a recommendation you're making?
That is part of Chapter 67.
Okay.
That is,
So-
they are requested to assist the requester
Exactly.
in getting that
But down to
information.
the details of what he's talking about, is that answered in the policy? Because it sounds like no one's really referencing that right now.
It's not, there's a general requirement in 67.21C that a department provide assistance to a requester in directing a request to a proper office or staff person. This is kind of colors and flavors on that, because they're saying that there are special procedures related to incident reports and police reports, and so they can't give it directly into us. So we're trying to sort of find a way that they can be as clear as possible with the requester.
As a recommendation, not as a policy change.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like they have or are changing their policies or practices to incorporate this.
To be clear, when we gave reports that mentioned another report, we felt that we were providing that information. We want to provide it in a more clear fashion and say, not only does that document exist, if you want it, go to 850 Bryant and get it. Go to 1100 Turk Street to DEMS and get it. And that is more helpful, and that is what we are doing now. But again, it's not like we were ignoring it or trying to hide it. It's within the report, but you had to go search for it. That doesn't have to happen now.
And that's not just your practice at BFI, but Rob's for the department generally. Okay. So I think you've satisfied me as to that. The next issue was, why was the original file not culled and pulled and copied? Why did it take a couple of passes to get through it? Was that because you said earlier that you didn't originally provide all the stuff?
No.
You did. Was that on Officer Kelly? Was that on you? Was it Peter? Where did things break down there?
It's on me. I'm the custodian of records. If I don't actually do the search, I direct someone to do it, and then it comes to me, and then I confirm whether it's complete or not. So it's on me.
What happened in this instance? Why early? I mean, he made the request in January.
Okay, I'll respond, but I already did, and I already said it was my fault, but I'll respond again. I don't know what else I can tell you. We typically did not give everything in the file. We gave what we felt was what the person wanted, and that was a mistake. We need to give them everything in the file that we're able to give them. We already understand that now, and I'm moving forward. That's what we are doing with respect to email and things like that. We don't give notes because we actually destroy our notes once the report is actually completed.
It incorporates
across the board. Exactly. The report, and the biggest reason for that is the notes are handwritten in a fire building. We get rid of them. Just so you know, though, there are agencies that keep the notes. They keep every little scrap of paper. We don't do that. But we don't do it across the board. No, we actually shred them.
That's good.
But as far as other documents, business cards, for example, typically if we get business cards, we put those in the file, and we typically would not give the business cards out. We give everything out now.
Okay.
Business cards are considered, communication and information.
Okay. I think you've answered my questions. Can I go to Rob for a second?
Sure.
Rob? So whatever changes in policies and practices, sounds like there may be some internal changes that you've made as a result of this
Yeah, I mean, there's been several. I mean, even beginning from going to our IT person and telling them to not include a department member ID.
Right, in the incident
report.
report.
I mean, from the very beginning when he came here, that, and then also, and now with, our communication, my work, what I do, and then also with Captain Darmanin, the Bureau of Fire Investigation, when they're receiving a request, what specifically, if it's any and all records, I think we now know what to do.
Mean any and all.
Yeah, and then also notifying me if there's a police report, let me know there's a police report and a CAD.
With the number?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So things have changed and been improved. I'm not sure that we need to see any written policies that have resulted from this, but you're assuring us that if you got the same request now, it would be handled differently and better and faster and all of that.
Yeah, that's how we're handling all the ones that are, because we're every day we get new requests.
Okay, and you've had conversations with Captain Darmanin, with others in the department, with Peter, his new guy, with Kelly, who subs behind you when you're not available. Are people all on the same page that this is how things work? Or is there more conversation that still needs to happen there?
I don't have this in writing.
Okay.
As far as, I don't necessarily specifically have a backup person that knows everything that I know, but I'm trying to train somebody.
Okay. I'm just hoping that there's some consistency around here, because one of the things that we heard earlier on this complaint was that you sort of handle records requests for the department, but when it comes to BFI, you send it over there, and that's John's department, he does his own thing. And we were like, well, actually, it's one department, and you should have consistent policies and practices for responding, for redaction, for everything that applies to everybody. And it shouldn't matter whether it's whether it's Second Street, the Public Safety Building, Treasure Island, training, BOE, wherever the hell, right? Yeah. If it's a record, it's a record, and you got it. So I would just like to be better assured that it's either in place now or that you're talking to the right people, and that there will be consistency in approach. Okay. Can you make me feel better on that?
Yeah. So when did you start? When did you start?
Can you
at BFI?
June 2014.
Okay, yeah. So which was right at the time when the request was kind of starting.
Okay.
So
thank you, gentlemen.
It's a learning process.
Okay.
I have some questions for Mr. Piccarello.
just to comment on Mr. Pilpel.
Go ahead.
Because it seems like you were very confused when we talked about the different responsibilities and how, gee, it's one department. Why don't you just have one person doing it all? And I probably didn't do a good job at explaining, but you please understand, the arson unit and the custodian of records is comprised of about 10 people that are law enforcement trained over and above the firefighting staff, even though we have the same boss. My own chief cannot come into my building without my permission. That's how strict it is. Because she is not cleared to come into a level 2 security building. A recent assistant fire marshal who was appointed just got through his background check, and I was able to give him a key yesterday, Assistant Fire Marshal Richard Brown. So my point is, it isn't just an indiscriminate decision. We have to hold to a level 2 law enforcement secure facility. We're a police department within the fire department, if you will. So it isn't taken lightly. We appreciate what you're saying. That's why there has to be a custodian of records for the fire investigations, because they're part of civil litigation as well as criminal litigation. And then Rob handles everything else, and we try to communicate constantly. And now with Peter Leong, that's even working better now.
Okay. I'm not trying to pierce any of that. I just wanted to better understand it, and to the extent that any of this can be memorialized in writing, I don't know what your order process or whatever is, that might be helpful, because this is, we learn about all kinds of nuances in government. Sure. This is its own special little nuance, and it's different from some of the other units in the department where you've worked or may in the future.
Sure. And if you could appreciate, even though the chiefs understand why they can't have a key to my building, they don't like it, but they can't have a key. Anyway, thank you.
I'm not giving them one. It's fine.
Thanks. Mr. Piccarello, I had a few questions for you. Just want to go over real quick where we are on where you feel you are with the information that you've received so far. And the 3 items are the fire report, and we can talk about the redactedness of that, and if that's satisfactory to you or not. And then I was also going to ask, have you got those other 2 documents from the other departments, from DEMS and from the police department? Have you received, going through their process, those documents, and are those now in your possession?
Okay.
You can answer.
Question number 1. Captain Darman said that he gave me the whole report with the exception of date of birth. Well, that's not true. If you just read your packet, you will see what he submitted, or Mr.
I think they said
his name.
They said
he submitted a document to you on page 426 telling you the current redactions in that fire report.
So what they told us, there's a modified redacted report which excludes date of birth and phone numbers, but the names are there.
No, that's not what he told. No. Read your packet number, page 426, and that will tell you the current redactions in the fire report. Far in excess of what the captain told you.
What are some examples of that?
I'm sorry?
What are the examples of things that are still redacted that they said are not redacted?
Because they can't give it
Director of administration of the building, the nonprofit owner of the building, witnesses, all witnesses, not just date of births. And then, conveniently, he doesn't have a copy of this unredacted report that he gave me, right? He doesn't have it tonight to show you what he gave me.
He does, Chris.
All right, let him submit a report that he gave me. The document on the packet
the problem,
426.
Mr. Piccarello, is
You
that
have to go through the chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
But the problem is that as a victim, you have a special entitlement.
Indeed, I do. Yeah, I was a fire victim and lost everything
But
2 years ago.
But we don't
have.
And it's not in our packet.
Only given it to you and not to us.
It
won't be in our packet.
No, there's no legal. What are you talking about? You're saying that he can't submit what he's submitting, asserting that he gave me to the task force?
Yes.
You could.
That's not true.
You could.
And I challenge, there's no legal basis to preclude them.
Sure, an unwarranted violation of privacy would be disclosing. So it's.
Then how would you know if he's asserting that he gave me the report that in fact is the case? If I'm telling you that's not the case.
He says he has it right there.
Yeah, but all you have to do is read your packet, and the packet from them tells you what materials they are still redacting in the report. Simple. You're a lawyer. You can read, right? Read 426, 427. Those redactions are in excess of the government code mandates disclosure, right? All right. What was the second question? Oh, did I get the documents? No, I haven't made the effort to go to the fire department, which is in the same building as the police department now is in the same building as the fire department, 3rd Street. Okay. He has the documents. He's required to give me those documents. There's no legal reason that he's not required to give me those documents, as Mr. Rumgold asserted to you.
Okay, I think you answered our questions. Hold on one second. Member Rumgold?
Well, so I'm looking at 426, and it says redacted, date of birth and phone number of occupant and manager. And it says left unredacted, but previously redacted, name and race of occupant and manager. So it seems to suggest that there's some difference between the version that was
and you're
previously redacted that we had and the one that he's subsequently provided that is less redacted.
So this is the question. They've removed some of the redaction, and you're still not satisfied with that level of openness, transparency.
Clearly, if I had the fire report unredacted, I have better things to do than come here for the 7th time to get the report. I don't enjoy this. I got a 2-year statute running next month, all right, to file a lawsuit. I don't enjoy coming here. If I had the documents he's asserting that I did, why would I be here? I got better things to do.
Mr. Piccirillo,
so it's credibility now we're talking about.
We're trying to help you here. We're trying to find out what you have, what you still need, and what we can get you.
And my demand is a full unredacted fire report. There's no legal basis not to give me the entire fire report.
Okay, well, that's something we should discuss then.
Yeah, go ahead, discuss it.
Well, I think there probably is, right? The provision that you cited, the 6254F, allows you access to the file.
Yes.
Right? But there are other exemptions that apply.
Only if they can show that it's a threat to disclose that.
No. There are separate exemptions under the CPRA that can apply to documents. Documents can have multiple exemptions that apply to a single thing.
Well, the duty was on the fire department to give those exceptions, not you, Mr. Rumgold. After 2 committee hearings, they were required to give the authority as to why they were still withholding the information, and not get you're asserting a CPR. They didn't make that assertion. They're saying that they gave me everything but date of birth, and I'm telling you that's not true. Obviously, if I had the fire report that I'm entitled to under Chapter 67 and the government code, I wouldn't be here tonight, all right?
And can I?
And then you failed to ask Captain Darman when he advised me that other agencies had more fire records, and that would have been last month, right?
On page 427 of the packet, which was the rest of that email, it states the basis for the remaining redactions. So I believe the fire department did meet their burden, and I don't think that there's a basis for disclosing to the task force or to Mr. Piccirillo a full unredacted version of the report at issue. So I'm just wondering right now if Mr. Darman or Mr. Bond, if you've got the less redacted. Oh,
DCA Cole, I think, is
hold
able
on a
to.
second.
I think what this is really boiling down to is he said. Someone said, the fire department saying we gave him a less redacted version that might meet his requirements. He's saying he never received it. The fire department's saying they have the less redacted version that they sent to him in an email months back right now, and they could give him that copy. Maybe we should let them do that.
Can you do that? Will you take that?
Would that?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I will do that after I preface why I'm doing it this way.
Use the mic. Feel free.
Sure.
Well, I need to respond to Task Force Member Pipel. You're not a lawyer. Mr. Kohler can read the statute as to what I'm entitled to and what I'm not entitled to.
We all can.
And
Why don't we proceed?
So I would prefer to get the legal advice from Mr. Kola than Mr. Pipo regarding the interpretation of 6254.
Mr. Kola advises us, not you.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Could we proceed and have Mr. Darmanin do something?
Okay, for the record, and to help move this thing along and close this issue, on April 13th, we provided him with a copy that was a modified redaction. And it is accurate what I said earlier. I did not bring any copies. Mr. Bond did, and I knew he was bringing them. I personally didn't bring them. He did, and he pulled them out of his stack. I have a copy of the original, and you can't read this, so I'm safe to show you this from this distance. This is the original redacted version. It's real clear to see the blackouts, all the redactions in here.
We've seen that.
Okay, this is the original one, and the one that is less redacted, that's the front page. You can see there's a difference in the redactions and all the way through. And the redactions are exactly what we said, birthdays and phone numbers. And this was after a conversation that I had, I think, with, I can't remember her name, Jana Clark, yes, months ago. And that's what came of this. And actually, it was an education, because I know what I can and what my limits are now. I'm willing to, but for the record, we gave him this already via this email, and if he says he didn't get it, I got to take him at his word. I have a hard copy here to give him, as well as a copy of the email that was sent with it. And I quickly showed the deputy city attorney what I just showed you, because as the deputy city attorney, we have attorney-client privilege anyway. It's all one family. I have no problems doing that, and I hope you understand why I can't just give you all a copy. And Mr. Bond with the fire department went to great lengths, and as well as Peter Leong, to give all of the information, and he really was clear as to what was previously redacted and not. We've gone above and beyond to satisfy Mr. Piccirillo. I wish we would have done this the first time around, and in the future, we will. But unfortunately, we didn't. We have, and hopefully this will settle it.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, but we cannot give any more, we cannot remove any more redactions than are here.
That's fine.
And if he's not happy with that, he can pursue other legal matters, I guess, if he wants to. So I'm going to give it to him right now.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think that satisfies the first piece of what we're trying to decipher here, and I think the fire department met the burden of the exemptions there. I see Member Rummel nodding his head. So then I guess what remains are the remaining documents, the DEMS and the police report, and Member Pilpel talked a little bit about that as to whether these gentlemen are required, since they have those reports, to produce them as part of the original request.
I may be
Discussion
okay
on
with not producing it. Can either one of you, can somebody point me to someplace in our packet or elsewhere in an email to Mr. Piccirillo where you said, we have these two documents from DEM and the police department, their document numbers, da-da-da, here's where and how you can get them? Can you just show me where that is?
Yeah, there's an email that was sent on August 26th where it's not necessarily stating, let's see, I have it here.
Do you happen to know what?
Page 424 to 424 plus of the packet.
Yeah, where I state the SFPD report can be obtained by contacting, and then I give the contact information. The CAD report can be obtained by contacting, and then DEM's contact information. I don't state exactly what the report numbers are or the incident number, but I state that those records are available and can be.
If you could follow up with another email to Mr. Piccirillo with the report numbers and copying this information about where to get it, but at least with those report numbers and maybe the dates.
Report numbers and dates. Okay.
Right.
Yep.
So, and then in the future, if you get a thing like that, to just do that as a matter of practice.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Right.
Thanks.
And it just, he has those numbers.
I understand.
We will do that just
Okay.
to be more cooperative, and I have no problems with that as well.
Thank you.
And moving forward, we are going to be much better and making sure everybody gets all the information up front. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you.
How about public comment?
Why don't we take public comment on this? Do we need a motion or lack of motion? Or?
I think that we're going to.
Yeah.
Any public comment on that?
Just take public comment on the item as a whole. DCA Cole?
Should you contemplate a motion before you take public comment? Otherwise,
That's what I was
we'll be doing
thinking.
two of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we need to have a motion
No, I don't think we have.
necessarily?
If there's no motion, we can continue with
You're right. So let's decide whether we're going to have a motion or not. And I can invite members of the task force to put forward a motion.
Yes. If there is no motion, the matter will be considered concluded. As we have previously heard this matter and found a violation, if there's no additional motions, the order of determination will be considered to be complied with, and the matter will be concluded.
So that's what we would end up doing, but we'll take public comment before we do that.
Okay. I mean, we've already found previous violations, timeliness, assisting the requester, etc.
And done lots of follow-up.
Seeing no motions, take public comment on the item. Mr. Warfield, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm not party to nor particularly familiar with this case other than what I've heard tonight.
Sorry, guys. Sorry about that.
All right, just pause your time there for a second. Technical difficulties, please stand by.
Hold on. Time is weird.
Okay, if you can reset Mr. Warfield's time. Go ahead, Mr. Warfield.
Thank you. I've identified myself. I consider Sunshine extremely important in the work that I and my group do, and you have seen us before you a number of times over many years, mostly successful, sometimes not. There seems to be a real problem, which I think might be useful for your education, outreach, and training, and the whole body to consider, and that is, what is a public record versus what is a public record that in its entirety or in portions is disclosable or not disclosable. Section 67.27 is very clear. You can't give somebody a pile of papers and then simply ignore the fact that you privately believe that some portion of the complete file is actually something that you, for one reason or another, have a right or a need to withhold. The law is very clear. 67.27, justification of withholding says, any withholding, that's the first two words, any withholding of information shall be justified in writing as follows. And A talks about withholding under a specific permissive exemption in the California Public Records Act or elsewhere. Or B, a withholding on the basis that disclosure is prohibited by law. And I was very troubled to hear the fire department say that it's left in the pile of papers that it provided, that somewhere in there it said that further reports are available. That's not enough. Now, presumably they've gone as far as they can, but I haven't heard any specific disclosure of what permits them or requires them under existing law that applies here. And I'm sorry, Mr. Rummold, federal law isn't relevant here unless you show that it particularly is. But we have state and local laws that have to be followed and read and applied. The other thing is I'm troubled by, I'm not comfortable with air promises. I would like to see a written response from the fire department as to what precisely they're going to change in their practice and their procedure, and I think you have an opportunity to make something valuable, and that is to have them incorporate in their written response and written redaction policies. They should have written redaction and response policies that incorporate what they have promised to you here in the air. And that's what I would suggest you recommend and wait for them to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. DCA Kola, you wanted to add something? Okay. Any other members of the public like to talk on this item?
There being no further public comment and no motions from the task force, the matter is concluded, and the order of determination is considered to have been complied with. As there's additional members in the room, would you like to continue on to our last item for today, or would you like to take a break?
Yeah, let's continue. I think we're making good
Item
time.
number 9, 15078, complaint filed by Richard
you.
Denton against the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21, 67.26, 67.27 for failure to respond to a request for public records in a timely and/or complete manner. This matter was heard by the complaint committee. The task force did not accept the recommendation of the complaint committee. I did send a list of questions to the department based upon inquiries by the task force at the last meeting. And I believe we have various members from the whistleblower programs and the department present today, and Mr. Denton is present also.
Member Fisher?
Hi, sorry.
the last 2 sentences?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
I agreed.
The complaint committee heard this item. The task force did not accept the recommendation as additional questions regarding the whistleblower program was brought up. I did send some questions from the task force to the department. We requested that a representative from the whistleblower program appear. I believe there is a representative today. There may also be a representative from the SFPUC, and Mr. Denton is present also.
Okay.
Would we like to just...
We already found jurisdiction, sort of?
The task force or the committee found jurisdiction on this matter. I mean, the complaint committee did.
So we don't need to do that again?
No.
All right. All right. So we should then hear it's a regular
Yeah.
thing.
If you can have the complainant approach, please. Welcome
So
back.
we're clear, because we rejected the recommendation of the committee, we're starting out from scratch. So it's like a de novo hearing.
Okay.
I would like to state that I did provide documents in the packet before you today from Mr. Denton that was submitted on Friday. I believe it's a copy of the 2 different versions of the reports.
Side-by-side comparison.
Just hard copies, though, right? Not the soft.
She was driving last Friday on her way to Cincinnati.
It doesn't play, he's right, but that wasn't the issue.
Okay. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm not familiar with the process. I assume since we're at our 3rd meeting now, I don't need to bring you out from scratch, or is sort
Just
of...
put the microphone slightly sideways.
Certainly.
Yeah, we're kind of hearing it again from scratch, so feel free to provide some brief summary of the... and we have some new members as well, so probably would be...
Okay. In October of 2012, I submitted a public records request for a safety report that had been developed at the SFPUC on the lighting conditions at Broadway Tunnel. Initially, the PUC responded by saying that it was a confidential document, and I appealed to the supervisor of records, who eventually responded that the objection to releasing the record had been withdrawn. The record would be produced, and they considered the matter moot. And so the PUC produced a approximately 140-page report. about a year and a half later, I subpoenaed a copy of the report that had been prepared by the outside consultant from the consultant themselves, and found that the report was substantially different from the report that was produced by the SFPUC. And Mr. John Doyle has submitted a report from the PUC explaining why they altered the report. The Public Records Act and the Sunshine Ordinance permit an agency to either produce the report, a true and exact copy, withhold the report for reasons of confidentiality. If they can produce it but requires confidentiality redactions, then those must be obvious and notated. And if for whatever reason that's impractical, then they withhold the report, so notify, and if possible, refer the individual to another source. So initially, the PUC responded correctly. They sent me an email and said, we're withholding for reasons of confidentiality, and you should contact the whistleblower's office. I appealed to the supervisor of records, and I included my request to the that could be forwarded over to the whistleblower's office, primarily because I couldn't find a custodian of records there. And so I appealed and supplied the request, depending on which way they want to handle it. However, rather than forwarding the request to the whistleblower's office, the supervisor of records replied that the objection had been removed. So the report that was produced had over 300 words different and material alterations, conclusions, safety conclusions had been changed. And we can step through those in a moment. In Mr. Doyle's response, he does not address why material changes were made. He says that at the behest of the whistleblower's office, that the changes were made in order to protect the confidentiality of the whistleblower, which was me, and to protect the integrity of the whistleblower program. At our last meeting, as I pointed out, my identity as the whistleblower had already gone public 2 months before, and have an email from Mr. Doyle to the consultant who produced the report. And provide you with copies if you like. Mr. Richard Denton has filed a lawsuit against me in State Superior Court, which involves Broadway Tunnel whistleblower retaliation issues, amongst other issues. I need to show the whistleblower's office that we have responded to the issue. This is 2 months before my whistleblower request. So if my identity wasn't public before that, it was certainly public after this. So the notion that that I was being protected is not substantiated by the record created by the same individual. Okay, I'll just jump to the material changes quickly. I'm looking at the supplemental document here. Mm-hmm. What I did is I pulled the six most significant pages for the alterations. On the cover page, you see where it says both of these are October 13th, 2013. However, the one on the right was actually produced in November and had been backdated. And what revealed this information was the metadata of the file. The second I'm sorry, going to the next page, the complaint becomes lighting issues, diminishing the severity and the source of the matter. That's no longer a complaint, but just questions about whether or not there's lighting problems. In the original, it said that they reviewed the exact text of the complaint from the whistleblower's office, and that became a review by the original team.
Next.
Okay, so we're reading along here with the hard copy.
There's only one that's
substantial changes.
If we go to the last page where it says is unsafe, and this is what is truly material from an engineering standpoint, they changed that to read starts to become unsafe. Okay, so there was a bright line in the original report that says if the lighting level changes over this line, the tunnel is unsafe. Instead, it became starts to become unsafe, which means that even if the lighting is beyond that point, we don't know at which point it is unsafe. By any definition, that's a material change. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, is there a member of the whistleblower program here tonight?
I believe that I was informed now. Yes, there is.
Okay, all right.
Should we hear from the PUC first?
Any members of the public supporting?
We have to hear from the PUC.
Let's.
Oh. The whistleblower in support of him?
Facts and evidence for the complaint.
Yeah. Any members of the public supporting the complainant? Seeing none. Rest may approach.
Could we hear from the PUC first and then the whistleblower?
Yeah, if we can hear from the PUC first, please.
Good afternoon. Suzanne Gauthier, representing the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission in this matter. It's unfortunate that we're back again and that this is really rather a confusing situation. When this was heard at the complaint committee, for those of you who weren't able to be there or are new to this body at this time, the committee determined that the PUC was not in violation because we did reply and respond with a document as requested, the report. Where it became confusing and muddied for a lot of people was the relationship between this report, the whistleblower office, the requester, and that same person, the whistleblower, and that litigant who had filed a lawsuit involving elements of this report all being the same person. As you all know, when the PUC or any other agency receives a request for public information, we are not given information about a whistleblower complaint with the same person or the same document, nor are we privy necessarily to legal matters. We provide documents that we are allowed to provide given the constraints or the guidelines of any of those offices, the city attorney, the whistleblower office, etc. At the time of this complaint hearing, we asserted that. We also provided a document dated June 25th of 2014 expressing what was why we created a report that satisfied the responsibility under Sunshine, but withheld information that was a part of a whistleblower investigation. That is, in fact, our obligation. We can't disclose that information. We never will be able to disclose that information. It doesn't matter who the whistleblower / complainant / requester / litigant is. That's simply not going to happen. We're going to stick by that. So we did reply and respond and provide a document. And both the whistleblower office and the city attorney's office concurred on the decision about what document could be provided. And a process much like the one we just heard with the fire department. Some documents can be provided and others simply cannot. And in this case, we could not provide the original report as it was a party of an investigation underway by the whistleblower office. I'm happy to answer any other questions and would encourage you to take that into consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tony?
Next.
Hi, my name is Tanya Ledaju. I'm the Director of Audits for the City and County of San Francisco under the Controller's leadership. And today with me is also our manager for our whistleblower program as well, Steve Flaherty.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So if you can give us a quick summary of your position on this. We'll have more questions for you later, but if you have something.
Sure. So just really quickly, as it relates to the program, we're responsible to balance confidentiality as we are investigating. Our relationships with departments are, we collaborate with departments, and according to our government code as well as our charter, departments must keep our reports, any records, any investigations, any memos, any notes confidential. They are not to be dispersed, even under a request of a sunshine request. Okay. So that's just really quickly in a nutshell.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there any members of the public here in support of these departments? Seeing none, the discussion is with the task force.
There are 3 departments here, and the third one hasn't spoken, so how could I be in support of
Good
him?
point. With the third, was it Steve? Would you like to say a few words?
It's one department.
That's what I thought. Okay.
I'm responsible for this function.
Okay. Is anyone who would like to present facts and evidence in support of the respondents? Seeing none, discussions with the task force. Member Pilpel.
Okay, so I get that this is complicated. I get that there was a public records request from the complainant, who I think is or was also a PUC employee, filed a whistleblower complaint, filed a lawsuit. So you've got lots of hats that you're wearing over there. I understand what I just heard from Ms. Gauthier is the PUC's position that they cannot and will not disclose certain things. Interesting. I'd like to hear a little more from Ms. Ledeshu. Am I getting it right? I always call you Tanya.
It's fine. Tanya's great.
All right. Help me with a little code reminder. Is this the charter? Is this the state government code? Is it the admin code? Where is it that you do? I know that the city services auditor function that you're sort of part of in the controller's office is Appendix F of the charter, but help me a little more with the confidentiality provisions that apply to your work and how you can put your cone of confidentiality over other departments and documents that they hold.
Sure. So we have 3 codes that we're following. California Government Code 53087.6, our San Francisco Charter Appendix F, and San Francisco Campaign and Government Conduct Code Chapter 4. And so with our...
Since you didn't give those to us, can you read the relevant portions that talk about stuff being confidential?
Yes, I'm going to read for you.
Thanks.
So our campaign government conduct code just basically says that whistleblower identity and investigations, every officer and employee of the city shall keep confidential complaints or reports to the whistleblower program and information related to the investigation of the matter, including drafts, notes, preliminary reports, working papers, records of reviews, communications with complainants and witnesses, and any other materials and information gathered or prepared in the course of the investigation.
And that's an ordinance of the city, because it's in...
That's our government campaign conduct.
Right, so that's an ordinance. Okay.
Yes.
Is there something else in the charter that, in Appendix F, that covers this?
So our charter Appendix F, Section F1.110B, states that all drafts, notes, preliminary reports of the controllers, benchmark studies, audits, investigations, and other reports shall be confidential. And then when we go to our California Government Code 53087, it just basically, that's our overarching code that we pulled for the government conduct code as well as Charter F.
Can you read the section of the state code? Because that may be
1 second.
relevant, and I'll explain why in a second.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. So the 5308.7.6E2 of the Government Code, when a city or county controller conducts an investigative audit in response to a complainant to a whistleblower program, such investigative audit shall be kept confidential except to issue any report of an investigation that has been substantiated or to release any findings resulting from a completed investigation that are deemed necessary to serve the interest of the public.
Okay.
And how we fulfill that is, again, to maintain the balance of confidentiality as well as transparency. We do that on a quarterly basis on our website and our annual.
Yeah. Okay. I get all that. So part of the problem I'm having is that the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code, because that's a city ordinance, there's a provision, somebody can help me find it, 67.36, I think, that the Sunshine Ordinance takes precedence over other local laws. So if there's something in an ordinance, don't shake your head, if there's something in an ordinance that conflicts with Sunshine, Sunshine prevails. That's at an,
May I ask a question?
Hold on. That's at an ordinance level. If there's something in the charter still takes precedence over the ordinances and the admin code. However, the charter can't really supersede state law in areas that aren't a municipal affair. So you have to end up with state law, and that's why I was interested in that government code provision, and particularly if there's a cross-reference in 6250 at SEEK that makes that cross-references that confidentiality provision. But in any event, if the state law provides that certain activities that are done by a city or county controller in the way that you read are confidential, then they're confidential, and the state law exemption would govern, particularly to the extent that the Public Records Act is incorporated into the Sunshine Ordinance. So I think in a roundabout way, I sort of get there. What I need to better understand is sort of how your process works when you get a complaint. I don't know how much of this is how you work in general, but in this case, did you ask the PUC to do a report, or did you authorize the report to be done? I mean, how much of this is sort of stuff that's within your shop, and how much is stuff that PUC did, and so they have a independent obligation, or may? Do you get where I'm going?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry it's complicated, but
I understand. And so, with all due respect, I'm not going to speak to the PUC.
Good.
I'm not going to speak that there's a complaint, and I want everyone to fully understand that. I'm obligated to do such. So how I'm going to speak is how we work as an organization under the rules that govern the confidentiality of this program. We work collaboratively with our departments. Mm-hmm. When we receive complaints, we identify where those complaints should be handled or triaged, and we determine through working with the department what we will do and what they will do, and how we collectively bring all of this data back together. And again, as I stated, the way we are governed by these three pieces of legislation, everything that we do with the departments are confidential, from the notes to the reports, and so forth, and on and on and on. And
that's on your side, not necessarily on their side.
That is on both sides. Again, we're working in partnership, and they're working under our umbrella of confidentiality because we are the owners of the complaint.
Well, do you have something in writing that discusses this sort of protocol thing?
Yes, we do.
Is that something you could share with us?
I'm sharing it with you, but
I mean,
it's on our website as well. We have protocols that we have in place that we train our departments on when we're working with them.
Okay. I mean, this is sort of the first time we've been through, as far as I recall, a whistleblower complaint related matter at the task force, but it may not be the last time.
Certainly. It's fine. Okay. I just want to be because generally, just like you said, this is the first time probably most have heard this, and it's really important that I speak in general terms.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Okay.
So this thing that's apparently on the website.
Yes. So it speaks to our process, our investigative process.
Sorry. Chris, Mark Linson.
Member Arnold.
I have two questions for you.
Sure.
One is, can you give me all the citations that you're using?
So again,
This is for withholding again?
I'm sorry?
All the citations you're using.
Okay, California Government Code 53087.6.
Okay.
San Francisco Charter Appendix F. I'm sorry.
F1.
I was going to say there was a .110.
Yeah.
What was that?
So it's, let me tell you really quick. So it's F1.110B.
Yeah.
Okay. San Francisco Campaign Government Conduct Code, Chapter 4. And then I think I did I give you California Government Code 53087.6?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there something more specific than Article 4 of the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code?
Yes. 1 second. So it's Section 4.123.
Yeah, cool. All right.
A, 1, and 2.
That's helpful.
So I am no expert on all of those, but my understanding of protections built for whistleblowers are that they're intended to protect the whistleblower. And I understand you're not here to make any claims about whether or not there was a complaint or a whistleblower, but I think I just heard from him that he was the whistleblower.
I don't know that.
I know. But he's sitting over there giving me the thumbs up. So while I understand your position in general terms, I guess I'm having a little
Closer to the
trouble
mic.
understanding it. I'm having a little understanding its application here.
Meaning?
Well, there's a guy sitting right there saying he's the whistleblower in this case, and you all.
So what I'd like to say to you, there are two parts to this. Everyone is protected. So we have a complainant that is protected. Any type of interviews that we do with whomever, they are also protected. So there is this full circle of protection, not just for someone who makes the complaint, but anyone we bring into that complaint to investigate. And so while...
Well, but I'm sorry, but...
I just need you to be more specific what you would like to get from me, with all due respect.
Let's assume he made the complaint. Let's assume it's him, and let's assume he made the complaint publicly.
The mic.
Sorry. Let's assume it's him. Let's assume he made the complaint publicly. You wouldn't be able to invoke these...
That's not true.
Well, how could you...
So let's turn this around because it'll make it an easier conversation for me, if you don't mind. So I'm going to use my staff person. Steve makes the complaint. Steve decides that he's going to blast his complaint through the city government.
Right.
That's fine. I still am held by these sections. I will not acknowledge it. It is confidential. And if he chooses not to be anonymous, that's a choice made. But I, as an officer of this program, as an investigator of this program, as working with any department and departments working with me, they may not acknowledge that. They may not release any of this information. It is protected, despite the fact that someone says that I am a whistleblower.
So the fact that a government employee makes a complaint about the operation of a government agency allows the government agency to shroud everything about the investigation of that complaint in secrecy? Whereas if I made the complaint, say I said there's a problem with the lighting.
And you're a government employee.
Right, no, I'm not.
It doesn't matter. There's no differentiation. There is no differentiation whether a government employee, makes the complaint or a citizen of this city makes the complaint. The laws protect you despite where you work. And we are responsible to hold the tenets of confidentiality. And if you go into the government conduct code, one part of that is also we speak to retaliation. That's why we have our ethics commission who works independent of us. Whereas if there is a complaint, so a complainant comes, they make a complaint, then they say, "Oh, I'm being retaliated by whomever." Say it's one of our they're in a department, and I'm being retaliated by X, Y, and Z manager. And they then make their complaint to ethics because it puts a firewall between the whistleblower program and this balancing act of confidentiality and investigation, and they are then responsible to handle this alleged misconduct.
Okay. So I'm not totally sure I follow, but I'm fine. I think I understand the point you're making. But,
and I understand what you're trying to get at, with all due respect.
So my question is, how did changing the conclusion about the lighting
So as I stated,
whistleblowers?
I can't speak to anything that you're specifically asking. Well, in terms of if we want to talk broadly, we may talk broadly, but we will not talk specifically.
Okay.
I cannot.
Can I jump back in for a second?
Hold on.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead. Keep going, Member Rowe.
Well, what can't you? I mean, you can't talk about what's in our record here. I mean, he pointed to 2 pages. He apparently subpoenaed a report from someone and has a different version of it, obviously, than the one that was ultimately publicly released. So I'd just be interested to know how changing a conclusion about lighting would protect a whistleblower.
So again, I won't speak to that report. What I will speak to is anytime we work with a department and it is a whistleblower complaint, nothing is to be released.
But something was released.
As I stated, when we work with a department, nothing is to be released if we read clearly what we're being governed by. And I cannot speak to all of that.
Well, no, something was released.
Does some... Yeah. And does that include... It sounds like what was released was from the consulting company, was the report that was different than the original. Does that fall within your code? That is not a government agency.
In the course of our investigation, that work was done in the course of our investigation. Any work done in the course of our investigation is subject to these laws.
Disclosure by you.
Excuse me?
Then how did it get released if it's before us? Can you tell us that?
She can't acknowledge or deny whether it was released.
Well, we'll hear back. We'll hear from PUC in a moment.
That's fine.
I'd like to finish with.
Go ahead, Member Pillow.
So, in the previous page to the thing that's on the screen now, there was something about at the bottom complaint outcome. Does not summary report. Blah blah blah. Okay. Let's say that we're actually talking about the Broadway Tunnel somehow here, maybe. Was there a conclusion of this matter if there was something before you? Can you tell us what the outcome was?
So I'm not speaking to a specific case. When we are done, we provide a summary report. Again, those reports are confidential. And
available to the public.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Our specifics are done in confidential reports to our departments. In our quarterly and our annual reports, we speak broadly to the various cases that come forward. Again, it is that balance between transparency and confidentiality.
So tell us about the transparency. If there was a complaint filed, how does the complainant or the public find out what the outcome was at the end of the day?
So at the end of the complaint, if we have identifiable information of a complainant, we give them a tracking number, and we will release in broad terms potentially what has happened or we've sustained or not.
To the complainant or to the public?
In general to the public and in general to the complainant. We do that on a quarterly basis and we do it on an annually basis.
Great. So on this particular thing, what was generally the outcome?
On this particular thing, you want to pull up the report? Do you see it? I'll give you a sample of what we place. Again, we don't give anything that's purely identifiable for varying reasons.
I see. So they're not, okay.
And again, it goes back to confidentiality and balancing that transparency. And it is a very difficult task that we really strive hard to do and do it well in the confines of what we're governed by.
Right.
And benchmarking against many other jurisdictions of how they're handling such items as we do as well.
Okay.
So as an example, here is generally, is this our annual or quarterly? Here's a quarterly report that we will speak to based on complaints that have come in the door, have been sustained, and we will do a generalization of those complaints. I'll give you an example. I come from the state of California.
We all live in the state of California.
No. I worked for the state of California, and I worked for CHP in many departments. You're talking about those departments are over 10,000 full-time employees. We have a city that it's about the size of generally one of our state departments. And what we want to do, again, is try to protect the confidentiality of the complainant and those that have been brought forward in the process. So
I'm just trying to understand the outcome. So if there
this
was
is how we put the outcomes.
So if there was a complaint alleged, it sounds like we understand from our packet there was a complaint alleging that there was something amiss with the Broadway tunnel lighting. It sounds to me,
Mr.
perhaps
Palpel.
to us, hold on a moment, that you did some work on this, investigated the matter, asked PUC to do something, and unless the thing
I can't
is
acknowledge
still,
that.
What?
I cannot acknowledge
I'm
that.
saying that's what I interpret from the material that's before me.
Okay,
And-
but I
and
cannot
don't-
acknowledge that.
Okay.
We appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay,
I don't
thank
know
you.
if the matter has been concluded. If the matter has been concluded, I would like to understand so that I can better understand the matter that's before me, what the outcome was. Was there a finding that there was wrongdoing or not wrongdoing?
Mr. Papel, I cannot acknowledge that. This is about the confidentiality, and I apologize.
Whose confidentiality?
Of the program. I am not acknowledging that there is a complaint.
I get what she's saying. I mean,
I'm
it's
asking you to
overwrought.
understand
It
that.
It is overwrought secrecy, and
This is
it's
nonsense.
Actually,
I'm
it's
sorry.
Crazy.
This is
but-
right. So
No, I
you
get
can't.
it.
So you're spending city money to investigate matters, and you can't tell me as a taxpayer and a member of the public what the outcome was of your investigation. Not who was at fault, if anyone was, but whether anyone was at fault, whether there was any merit to the matter. And you're spending our money pursuing this. Is that what you're telling me?
Our quarterly reports give a broad description.
So fine, can you pull up the quarterly report where this matter was reported and
Our
show
quarterly
us?
reports give
can't
a
do
broad description, and I offer that to you.
Where is the broad
Our
description?
quarterly report gives a broad description, and I invite each and every one of
Is
you,
this
if you
the
like,
quarterly
is to. Our
is this the
quarterly
quarterly report
report
that
gives
includes
broad
this matter?
descriptions.
Member
Is this
Pil-
the quarterly
Member
report that
Pilpel.
includes the particular matter at issue here?
It's okay.
She can't answer that.
Vibe monitor.
So, I mean, it seems like there's a fundamental, difference of, opinion between what they do and what we do, and we're trying to get them to do something that they're saying they cannot do, as far as I understand it.
Yeah. They seem to be at an
we
impasse.
can fight about that more, but this is like...
Let's just take a...
Can I go to Mr. Denton? He might have some information that would be
Sure.
helpful. You, Mr. Denton, you have provided us lots of information here that the city is not providing. So it sounds like, am I correct, that you do or did work at the PUC? You're the complainant. You filed a lawsuit. All of those things are true?
That's correct.
Okay. When you filed the complaint with the whistleblower program, they gave you some kind of tracking number?
Yes.
Okay. Have you gotten any information back about the status of the complaint, whether it's ongoing or closed?
I have.
Okay. Can you share that with us? Are you willing to?
Sure. The complaint has been closed.
Okay. Can you tell us what they told you or what you know of the outcome of the matter, since they won't tell me?
I just did.
Okay.
Can you tell us
Just
which...
that it's closed?
Can you tell us which quarterly report it appears in?
I don't know of it appearing in any quarterly report.
Do you have... Okay, so was it your understanding that they concluded that there was a violation or some error made by the city or not?
It's my understanding that they were satisfied that the city was vindicated.
And that's all that they've told you, basically?
Yes.
And that's all they're going to tell you?
Yes. And that would be my expectation based on their rules, actually.
Okay.
It's important to not lose track here that I complained against the SFPUC, and the whistleblower's office is standing here explaining their rules, which are largely irrelevant. The SFPUC should have said, because of the whistleblower rules, we can't reveal this information. Go talk to the whistleblower's office. Instead, the SFPUC rewrote the report, including the results, and gave it to me and said, this is the report.
Final report.
Yeah, this is the report. I specifically asked for the report that was produced on October 18th of 2012, and they said, here it is. And what I was pointing out was they produced it in November, backdated it, so it looked identical to the original report, made 300-word changes, changed the engineering results, and produced that report. And according to Mr. Doyle, this was done. It was deemed prudent by the whistleblower's office. Okay? So this was done in conjunction with the whistleblower's office.
So they were making, engineering changes? They were involved in that, you're saying?
I don't know what they were involved with. This is all I know. The whistleblower's office is like trying to get a pearl out of an oyster. I haven't filed a complaint about the whistleblower's office because I don't know anything about what they do. All I know is that the SFPUC rewrote a report without authorization in violation of the public records request. They were supposed to identify the changes that they made.
Okay.
And very specifically, they're only allowed to delete items. They're not allowed to completely rewrite the content. A public safety report, which, by the way, what is confidential about that? There are no names in this report. It says, here are the lighting levels at Broadway Tunnel. What on earth makes that confidential? A public safety report.
They're saying because they were doing an
saying,
investigation
this is all
that you
confidential.
triggered. Can I go to Ms. Gauthier and ask? Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Denton.
Just one, let's just take a pause here for a second and just...
Sorry, fine, I will.
I think we need to sort of focus on, as a body, what we're looking at. There's obviously some other, spheres of influence here, litigious circles, et cetera. So I think we need to kind of think a little bit about what is this task force looking at and try and think about, potential violations in those terms. But carry on, Member Pilpel.
Yeah, and you're right, and I'm sorry if I got a little exercised about this. I bear in mind that Mr. Doyle apparently is not well, and that I noted the other day in the paper that Mr. Nori Hirasuna passed away recently, and he was a predecessor.
Well, he's returned.
He has returned, but he's still not doing well. All right, in any event, that, we're all not here permanently, so I bear that in mind. So to the PUC, as Mr. Denton just suggested a few moments ago, why didn't the PUC, in responding, say we can't provide the report because it was under the whistleblower program, or we can provide you the report, but it's redacted, and here are the redactions and why? Why didn't the PUC do that?
The Sunshine Compliance Office that I help manage was given instruction through Mr. Doyle that was in concert with the whistleblower program about what could or could not be disclosed. And at that time, a report was asked to be generated that removed, you could use the word redacted, you could use the word rewritten, the outcome was pretty much the same. Those elements of the report that were subject of the investigation, that probably was not the best way to do it. But that is what happened. That is what we provided to Mr. Denton.
Whose decision was that?
It was requested of the author of the report by Mr. Doyle and his colleagues in the Power Enterprise.
Okay, so if
And
we're going to find
as
a
stated in
violation,
his letter dated to you all on June 25th of 2014.
so if we're going to find a violation here, you're suggesting that Mr. Doyle is the person, not you, not Michelle, not Harlan, not the controller's office, but Mr. Doyle.
I'm suggesting that if a violation was committed by the Public Utilities Commission, it falls squarely on the shoulders of the general manager and not an individual staff person, but that's because I'm kind of a protocol and hierarchy geek.
Are you going to suggest to us that Mr. Kelly had anything to do with this whatsoever? I don't think so.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that the responsibility for these kinds of things generally falls within the office. But if you want to point to Mr. Doyle's violation, that would be your prerogative. I wouldn't make one recommendation one way or the other.
We copy the department head when there's a violation, but I'm not sure that we have any evidence that he had anything to do with this.
That is true, and in Mr. Doyle's letter, he directs it to Mr. Young and the task force and is the only signatory. There are no CCs on it. So as far as dialogue about this from our office, it is from Mr. Doyle.
So based on what we've already heard, why did the PUC produce the report at all? I mean, I'm not saying you should. Tell me why there was a decision made to release any version of the report. It sounds from what we heard earlier that, it may be within the cone of confidentiality.
I don't have Mr. Doyle's explanation for this report. A report was requested. We did our best to comply with the Sunshine request by producing a report that was publicly disclosable. And that's what we did.
The report only came about as a result of the whistleblower complaint, right? The PUC didn't initiate this report on the Broadway Tunnel on its own, right?
I'm sorry, I don't know about that sequence. There's not enough information in the report I have or the letter I have from Mr. Doyle, nor in the tracking of the Sunshine process to answer that adequately.
Were you or Ms. Peters or was someone in communications aware of Mr. Denton's status as an employee, a whistleblower, a litigant at the time of dealing with the records request?
I was not aware of his status as a whistleblower or a litigant. I do know of him as an employee, but
Okay.
But we don't ever, as you know, in the Sunshine world, ask why you want something, what you're going to do with it, et cetera. We just try to provide the documents as available, those that are available, in as timely a fashion as possible.
Right, but employees sometimes have different and sometimes greater, not always, rights to information that they're requesting as an employee.
I'm not aware of that additional right to information as an employee through the Sunshine Ordinance.
It's not through the Sunshine Ordinance. It may be through their MOU or the Labor Code.
I understand that, Mr. Pilpo, but this request came through the Sunshine Ordinance process, and it was treated just like any other Sunshine Ordinance request.
Well, I'm not sure if it was. And it seems to me that given the multiple statuses that Mr. Denton was in, the PUC would have been well served by, seeking advice of the city attorney on how to comply and not just sort of trying to figure it out. I mean, this is complicated, and I'm not
Right.
sure, and we're still trying to figure out if you got it right.
So both the whistleblower office and the city attorney have corresponded or have made statements about this. The city attorney's office, actually the supervisor of records, wrote a memo. If you'll give me just one moment. Oh, I handed it to Mr. Flaherty. This one was sent via email, petition to Mr. Denton, and you have a copy of this dated May 26th of 2015 from the supervisor of records with the city attorney's office. Again, asserting the whistleblower office role in this, the same code sections and law documented or provided to you by our colleagues from the controller's office, and suggesting here, and I'll just read this, the draft Studio 321 report was completed in your response to your complaint to the controller's whistleblower program and as part of the controller's investigation. Because the draft report is part of the investigative file into a whistleblower complaint, California and city law require that the PUC and the controller decline to disclose it. So it wasn't, I don't know why a second report was given other than that we had a sunshine request for information. We tried to comply in the best way we could. Not providing the report that was submitted or created for the whistleblower investigation was the only choice we had. We could not provide that report. We could provide a report that did not include those investigated matters.
Through the chair.
Member Rummold.
I disagree with the overwrought kind of whistleblower protection that's being asserted, but that doesn't seem to me to be the issue here.
It's not going to change the...
Right. That's fine. What strikes me as extraordinarily problematic is a city employee changing a document to release it publicly, not to protect a whistleblower, as is being claimed, which frankly I still don't agree with, but changing the conclusions of a report that a whistleblower filed a complaint about. That's kind of a big, I would say that's a big deal.
Let me go back and maybe clear up one matter. As I believe it was stated before, the report was written as a part of the whistleblower investigation.
Right.
It was not produced and then became submitted. It was produced during the investigation as a part of the investigation.
But it was released as part of a Public Records Act.
No. The public records request was responded to by the creation of a different report. The report Mr. Denton outlined and showed you the 6 pages that has items removed from it that are a part of the investigation or the source that were created because of the investigation in response to the investigation. That report that was the result of a whistleblower investigation and the investigative process has not been released by the PUC. Right. Mr. Denton obtained a copy of it through another means.
So just so I understand this, there are 2 different reports that were created for different reasons that came to different conclusions about this. And
I'm not a lighting engineer, so all I know is that there were some differences.
He's claiming,
yeah.
And he's come up with a rationale for it that's really the only rationale we have available to us besides you describing the sort of different processes. But you're not really describing why the reports came out to be different from each other. So
the reports came out, right.
Is what he has told us. And we're trying, it's a difficult thing to reconcile given the lack of information we have. I mean, it makes it look bad for the PUC.
Especially when the reports at least the portions he's submitted look identical, except for
300 words or phrases and a diminished size of a PDF that could be the result of the software producing the PDF.
Well, but not the engineering conclusions.
The thing about the lighting is what's concerning to me. Changing the whistleblower, whatever. But
is there
the results, the conclusion of the report, however, are not the cause of a complaint or I don't believe they're subject to the discussion of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Did we violate or not is what is at issue here for the Public Utilities Commission. If you find us in violation because we produced something that was a different version and did not fully explain why, or we produced something we shouldn't have produced at all and should have said you can't have it because it's part of a whistleblower investigation, please make that determination, but let's be aware that your role here is to determine whether or not the PUC violated 67.21 by not providing a document.
Sure. And
not the contents of the document or anything else.
It may be the case that the government, can legitimately withhold the version that he obtained through a subpoena.
Right.
But what this whole process has unearthed is the fact that there was a whistleblower complaint, a report was issued that reached one conclusion, and then the PUC
Sanitized.
Yeah, we can attach whatever name to it you want in a separate context, created a nearly identical report that reached a different conclusion.
Again, I can't speak to what the report does or does not do. I can only speak to that we produced it in response to a request.
Since you've framed your role as being involved within the hierarchy and following protocol, can you tell us who we can talk to at the PUC who can explain that sort of thing? Or who the public could talk to understand this?
Understand what?
Why two different reports would come out? Why would engineers come to two different conclusions about this within the PUC? There are reasons maybe why the Sunshine Task Force isn't responsible for this, but we can at least understand how the public could gain that information.
That is something I'd be happy to discuss in a different setting, but right now we're in a process to come to a conclusion about the question about whether or not we violated 67.21.
A point well made. I think we need to focus on what falls under our purview. Obviously, there's other...
Well, so what I'm saying is that without getting into the content of why engineering conclusions were different, I'm just trying to understand what the hierarchy is for that information being provided. And that seems like it would fall within.
So the hierarchy at the Public Utilities Commission, Mr. Doyle works in the power enterprise, and then there is the Assistant General Manager for Power. Her name is Barbara Hale. We have a General Manager, Harlan L. Kelly. We have a Deputy General Manager, Michael Carlin, and then we have a 5-member commission. So I'd be happy in a different context offline. You can email me and I can get you that information. But I want to kind of reframe this conversation around why we're actually here. And that is a violation or not of 67.21.
So I'm just going to try once more and try not to get more annoyed. So, Ms. Gauthier, you've explained a lot more about this report than the controller's people have. I find it interesting when the controller's people said, we can't talk about it and departments can't talk about it. You're talking about it anyway. That's interesting. Knowing what you know now, even though you didn't initially handle the response and you don't oversee the power enterprise, is this how you would have done this? Asked that the report be reworked and then provided? Would you have provided the original report? Would you have not provided the report at all? What's your take on it in retrospect?
When a request from the public or anybody comes in through the Sunshine process, the public records request comes in, my job is to look at it and find what I believe to be appropriate staff people within the agency whom I believe would have documents responsive, or would let me know that there are no documents responsive. That is the process I would have followed. Considering that this was a request for information about lighting, that falls under the purview of the Power Enterprise. I would have requested this information and relied upon them to provide me the document or an explanation or an answer to the question. We do or do not have a document responsive. Here is the responsive document.
So you're
That is
saying
the
that
process
the
I
records
would have.
custodian is only the
have-
messenger, and it's not up to
The
you to
records can-
determine the content of the response, so long as someone else in the agency gives you a responsive document or an explanation as to why not. Then all you do is messenger
We are the
that.
custodian.
Yeah.
We are not the generator of reports. We are not the reviewer of reports. We don't
Yeah.
guarantee their validity. We are the transmitter of that information.
Thank you. Mark, what do you think?
Let's see if we can, let's do the summations at least and get that. So I think it would be
Would the department like to provide a rebuttal at this time?
like a final wrap-up, if you like.
Again, I appreciate the opportunity. It's been a long and arduous path to get us this far, and I appreciate your interest in getting us even potentially farther and greater understanding of these processes. I will assert that we have complied with the request as it was given to us, and that we will continue to endeavor to improve our processes to the extent that we always maintain what are our obligations with respect to other departments, city departments, and in particular any whistleblower office relationship that we have. I would ask that you find us that there is no violation. Thank you.
Okay. Tanya, do you have anything to add? Anything you want to add in summary?
Just in summary, I'm responsible to ensure that we maintain confidentiality for the complainant, for those that we involve in our investigation, and we work closely with our departments, and we want them to follow our protocols because, again, we're responsible for the confidentiality. And while this may be very difficult for others to understand, when you're involved and you're the complainant or you're being interviewed, it becomes very important how you're being treated and how your identity is being maintained in confidence, because there are lots of things that come forward that individuals don't want revealed openly. So we try to, again, provide that protection, and we don't consider it a black hole. We have great integrity around what we do.
Thank you. Mr. Denton?
First, I'd like to say that under oath recently, Mr. Doyle, Keith Kasiba, and Mark Theobald, the three individuals who were involved in producing the report, have all admitted that a major portion of the safety section is missing according to the standard. This information was reported to the whistleblower's office, and I requested that they revise their finding that there was no problems at Broadway Tunnel, and they refused. Mr. Eldon, I wanted to correct an item. The SFPUC engineering was not involved in this. They hired an outside investigator. The outside investigator was hired by MCOR, who did the original design. Okay, so in effect, SFPUC hired MCOR, who was responsible for the design flaw. They in turn hired Studio 321. Nowhere in the 144-page report is this relationship mentioned, and it's clearly a violation of PUC policy as far as conflict of interest. On October 18th, the investigation was complete and the final report was issued to the whistleblower office. What they have alleged afterwards is that it was only a draft, and that on November 20th, they produced the final report. But then they backdated it and put October 18th on it and called it the final report. Okay? There is no communications between that period referring to that as the draft report. It's a fiction that was created afterwards.
I'm sorry, can you explain that one more time? Can you stop his time? I didn't quite follow that.
On this front page, you'll notice both these reports have the same date.
Right.
The one on the left says October 18th. That is, in fact, the internal metadata says that's when this report was created. The one on the right also says October 18th with the word final report. But the metadata says it was produced on November 20th. Under oath, we learned from Mr. Kosiba that Mr. Doyle had paid him an additional $4,000 to alter the report.
And 50 cents. $4,050.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
4,000 plus. And then they added the phrase final report and backdated it. All right. If this was truly the final report, it should say November 20th, 2013. But instead, it was backdated because my request specified a report on this particular date, and they wanted me to think that that's what I was getting. And so they backdated it. Now, that's my conclusion, but what other conclusion can you come up with?
She gave another one, which is that they produced two different reports.
This was produced 30 days later and backdated. It should have said November 20th, 2013. But the problem with that is it would have immediately called, to my mind, what happened to the October 18th report. And no further work was done. It was simply Mr. Doyle contacted Mr. Kosiba and asked him to rewrite the report. All measurements, all trips to the tunnel, all engineering had been completed. I just wanted to say, setting aside all the things of confidentiality, let's say I submitted my request as John Doe. John Doe put in this request. There's really only one issue before this committee. Under what law does the SFPUC justify rewriting a report without notation identifying the rewrites? The law specifically states that if they're going to make redactions, and she said, rewrite, redaction, what's the difference? There's a huge difference, okay? The law does not say you can take things out and put other things in. It says you redact it and you note it and you give an explanation. It's in the ordinance, it's black and white. What they have not done is come to this committee. They've talked all about confidentiality. They've made no justification whatsoever about where they got the legal right to change the document. And if there is, I'll withdraw my complaint.
Thank you. DC Echo, a quick question for you. I'm not even sure the charter covers that, does it?
Covers the rewriting of a report?
Yes.
Well,
if it does,
I think if you request a document and you request a document that was produced on a specific date, and they give you another document and pass it off as that, and don't inform you of changes to the document and pass it off as an original, then you provided a falsified document. You didn't provide an accurate and true and correct copy of what was requested.
Okay.
That's covered.
Okay, where or how?
21A. 6121.
Okay.
6721.
Just in general.
Okay.
Yeah. Where's his request in the packet?
It's buried.
My original request?
Yeah.
2013. You have to go way back to find. Page 654 has the PUC's response. It was a November 1st request. Let's see if we
correct.
Page 659. There it is. Any and all reports evaluating lighting, energy efficiency, health and safety conditions at Broadway Tunnel for the SFPUC since January 2010.
So, I mean, her explanation that there were multiple reports generated would cover the creation of, or cover the response. I got to tell you, I find that I find that response incredibly uncompelling.
Well,
and I understand that you're in litigation, so I assume the city is well aware of all this. You know, this may not be a records violation necessarily, but I mean, I assure you, I think what happened here is extraordinarily problematic.
Well, I requested any and all reports, and they're saying, well, we created another one. Well, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's say that without any subterfuge, they created this final report. Any and all reports is not one report.
Well, right, but they're saying the other one was exempt because of their overwrought whistleblower
The law says that within 10 days they have to
they
give
should
me
have
a letter
explained that.
that says
That's true. So
if
that
they're
could
going to
be
withhold it,
Yeah.
if they're going to withhold it, the ordinance says that they have to produce a
What was
letter
that,
within 10 days saying
67,
we're withholding the report.
I think we
got it.
26.
we can't give you more time, but
I mean, I don't want to spend that much more time on this. Mark, I'm tending to think a 21 and a 27 violation. 21 for not providing, 27 for not explaining justifying the withholding.
And
Yeah.
21 A, B, and C probably.
I would also
27 would be like us going into conflict with how the whistleblower program is set up.
No, if they had a report and aren't providing it, they need to say, we're not providing something and here's why.
Well, but they're saying that they're not allowed to even say that.
Yeah,
because
it's like
of their
the
own
Glomar.
rules.
I mean,
Yeah, but that's not, but you don't
I mean,
get
I
that
think
far.
we're just like at loggerheads with how they do things on that issue.
Right, but if they had a state government code that exempted disclosure, they should cite to that and say, we can't provide some of the requested records due to blah. It's a justification of withholding. It's no more, no less. I mean, they could have done all kinds of different things here, and I get that there are probably bigger issues, but I'm tending to feel 21 and 27. I'm not sure that there's any more follow-up because I'm sure I'll just get frustrated, but it seems like... And this is the kind of thing where they should have figured it, where this is complicated. It's not just... I'm having a lot of trouble with this one.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I definitely understand that. I guess the part that I'm most concerned about is that they are... It seems like they're representing... The information he has seems to represent what the report is in a very different light than the way they represent it, which is what the city attorney pointed out, the falsifying the report. That seems like the sort of big one, the big issue here. The issue you're talking about is a big issue, but I don't know how we can reconcile that right now with like...
Let's try and focus and try and find violations. I'm hearing 6, 7, 21, 27. Anything else?
I would, although I've been on a extended absence, in my time on the task force, this is the most egregious thing I've seen. This is honestly startling to me that...
You were gone for a while.
Yeah, I guess. I've disagreed with some assertions of exemption and withholding of documents, but I have not seen something where there was a whistleblower complaint made and then the agency changed the conclusion of a report. I mean, I think if anything we've ever done warrants referral to the Ethics Commission, this is it. And I would wonder if you have you're already suing the city, so I assume there's plenty of action there. But if you have not filed anything with the Ethics Commission, I would...
If I might.
Sure, please approach. Yeah, go ahead.
It concerns me that there's an assertion that we produced a report falsifying another report or something like that.
I don't think
don't
we falsified it. It was
understand.
changed.
Well, A report was produced based on a whistleblower complaint to satisfy some of the investigative, in pursuing the investigation of that whistleblower complaint, there was a report created.
Right.
Then there was a request for a report on the Broadway tunnel lighting, and et cetera. The whistleblower complaint covered much of the same information as my understanding of it. Our office requested of our contractor, the consultant, that a report be provided in answer to the sunshine request, but not in violation of those elements of that report that were subject to a whistleblower complaint. So it's not we didn't provide the original, we couldn't provide the original. What we provided was a report that were aiming to satisfy a sunshine request. Set aside anything about whistleblowers, we can't.
Right. I get that.
So whether you like the process or
it's not the process. It's the changing of the conclusion that bothers me.
And it's not just that. It's that the metadata that was changed to frame it as a draft versus final report does not jibe with what you're saying. Like, you're saying they're two different things.
Well, I don't know how. I don't believe I was asked in the sunshine request for the metadata. That I'm not.
Well,
I don't know if that was part of the sunshine request.
We're looking at this, trying to make sense of it, and what we see in front of us are documents that one of which was basically the whistleblower report that says draft belatedly, and another that says final draft. Like those are the dates that were changed. That's the smoking gun that this is not just two separate reports that were produced independently of each other. And that one was a revision based on additional information. Yeah. That's the issue that I'm personally running into with. And I understand what you're saying, but I know that's not your jurisdiction. But
and I understand the question, and I certainly would have that question myself. The letter, again, referring to Mr. Doyle's of January 25th, 2014, he describes it as a November. I'm sorry, I have to put my glasses on. November 27, 2013 report. I don't know whether that meant that there were two dates on a cover or whatever, but I am not seeing this as a backdated. It's not referenced in what I have as a backdated anything. So I don't know.
Can you give us any guidance on how to interpret the information we have in front of us?
That was the date that you provided the report to Mr. Denton. That's where he came up with
11/27/13 is when we provided it.
Right. So that's where he came up with that date.
Or no, it was dated. It was then in the P drive on our process on 12/6/2013. So Mr. Denton's assertion that it was backdated to October, I don't know about that.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know. I apologize for that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep moving forward with the violations. We're trying to document here and then have some public comment on that. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'm ready. I'm tired of making motions here. Does someone else want to? I will.
Roll, perhaps? Take a stab. We can.
Well, 6721. Right? Failure to. Well, hold on.
You want to make it as 21 and 27 and all second?
I want to.
I mean, so what the city attorney representative was telling us was that.
TCA Cola. Yeah.
Okay.
TCA Cola, do you have any input?
I think the most relevant sections, you could make an argument for A and B, subsections of 6721.
A and B, yep.
A and B, and then and then 6727 for failure to disclose. Failure to disclose a reason for
withholding. Justification for withholding.
failure to disclose a reason for withholding, even though these are, they don't fit like perfect pieces of a puzzle, but
close enough.
It's not a they didn't provide a justification for the alteration, which is akin to a withholding.
Yeah.
Do you have any feedback on the argument made by the whistleblowers agency about why they withheld that? I mean, if they said there's a legal reason for doing that, and that's why
you still need to provide some sort of a justification for the withholding.
Right. Even if they'd said there's another document, but we can't provide it for you, and this is getting like national security level secrecy here, but they can neither confirm nor deny that there was an investigation, right?
They could give a blanket denial.
I understand.
Speak?
Yes, you may respond to that.
So I think partly we have this issue where you're not in agreement with some things, and I'm okay with that. I get that. I understand, because you're not in the inner working of a lot of things that we do, and I respect that. But I think another thing that we have to recognize, whether you like the process or not, the whistleblower program, this program in the city and county of San Francisco, it's not operating all by itself. We have how many counties in the state of California that have whistleblower programs? We have a state with whistleblower program, and we have a federal government with whistleblower programs, which we benchmark heavily against and work with, because we're very concerned about these types of conversations, how we handle things. And again, when we're working with departments and things come to us, we're very clear about what our processes are and what the law is dictating to us as a program to follow. And as it goes with the whistleblower program, I'm not talking about this case. In general, there is no violation of we did not follow our policy. We make it very clear when we respond to any complainant that comes in our program that here's how we operate, and here's the tenets of these programs, and here's what we do not disclose. And I think if you go onto our website...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but show me where in the law it gives you the authority to refuse to confirm or deny the existence of a document, especially when the request isn't tailored to a specific whistleblower. Like, he asked for reports about the tunnel, and I get that you're asserting, that there's a whistleblower complaint about that.
So if I talk about from a general perspective, I'm not confirming that or denying that, but when I am talking in a general perspective, the bottom line is, if you go on our website and you look at what our process is, and how we outline it for everyone, what we can give, what we can say, what we can do, it's very clear. And I'm just doing the same thing I do on my website. And I know it's frustrating to you. I understand that, and I respect that.
Well, it
but
doesn't
I would
appear to line up with the law, is what I'm saying.
No, it does.
Then point me to the provision of law that allows you to refuse to confirm or deny the existence of a document.
Does it not say in our law that the 3 cases that I gave you, it talks about everything is confidential?
So the one thing...
They're all confidential. The reports, the notes, preliminary documents, all of that is confidential.
Shall be kept confidential.
It's all confidential.
Right. That means
and I'm
withhold the document.
I'm holding to that confidentiality.
See, the problem that we're having here is
the complaint's not against you.
Your whole process, that's fine, but with confidentiality, but it resulted in a disclosure of a record that had been altered, and it wasn't disclosed that was all.
Excuse me, again, if you would hold to the tenets of my program, regardless of what occurred,
But
even
this
in, if
this
you would...
isn't even with your department.
Right.
But the point is, what I'm saying is, but you're asserting that, from a whistleblower perspective, we withheld something.
No, we're not.
No. Okay.
The PUC.
We're saying the PUC did.
And, whether it was the PUC or if it's the Department of Technology, when they're working with us, it is to be withheld. And
But it wasn't.
unfortunately,
It was disclosed, and it was the wrong
so what I but let's
It was
if I stay with the fact that it shouldn't have been, that nothing should be withheld, if I stay in that basis of it, it's not to be withheld. It's not to be disclosed, and it makes it difficult to have the dialogue with you because of how I have to hold things.
I
But
understand
nothing is to be released.
But the problem that we're having is something was released and it was passed off as accurate, and we're seeing that there were actually inaccuracies with it.
Okay.
So that's
I don't
what our
know
problem is.
because I have no. I don't have it.
That's what our problem is.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You can take a seat.
If I could add one comment to that. Mr. Doyle states, it was deemed prudent by the whistleblower office that these, I'm sorry, it was deemed prudent by the whistleblower office that any references to the whistleblower or their complaint be removed before this report was made public. The SFPUC spokesman in this case is Mr. Doyle, and he's saying, I was working at the behest of the whistleblower office. Right. To the exact extent, we can't be certain. However, we've already established that the report had material differences. If they were working at the behest of the whistleblower's office, and she just said, we do this with all these other departments, they at least have a responsibility to make sure that the work that's done is compliant with the Sunshine Ordinance. They can't say, hey, make these changes, and then say, it's not my problem. They didn't properly oversee this.
Mr. Denton, I understand that you're very passionate about this issue, but we're letting this turn into like Phil Donahue, where everyone speaks, and we got to maintain some sort of decor here. I'm sorry.
Well,
agreed.
I'll cut to a one-sentence point then. I think the whistleblower's office does have a role.
You're not old enough to know Phil Donahue, are you?
Your grandmother?
All right. Let's focus here. Okay. Member Rummold was coming up with a motion. I think let's pursue with that and have some public comment.
You know, what I would actually like to do is to do this right and to have like a series of factual findings and a series of, think about it, get the facts right, get the violations right, and then adopt it at a later date instead of doing one of these off-the-cuff things. Because honestly, I think we should refer this to the Ethics Commission.
Yeah, so we want to make sure that we craft it
We want
watertight,
right?
So it gets
Cross
there.
our T's, dot our I's, and
Okay.
make sure, because it's been referred back to us in the past because we've done off-the-cuff stuff and not named the right people. But I mean, if the facts appear as
I see where you're going with that. Mr. Clerk, can we go ahead and come up with a motion, vote on it, and then in a later meeting take the decision to then refer it to the Ethics Commission? In other words, there's some steps before it goes to ethics, where we can tighten up the facts finding and the language of the.
We'll write a draft report
of the order of determination, etc. I'd like to at least benchmark what we've got to, and build on that.
Has not been done before, but I will suggest that we give an outline of the.
I mean, before we find an order of determination, we send it to one of the committees to bring it back, and then we send it to ethics.
Yes, I would like to suggest that we give the departments at least a brief outline of what we intend to do today, and find a violation of 6721 and 27 for a general, with the outline of the reason, and that we will be continuing this matter to our next meeting with a detailed order of determination that the task force will consider adopting, and they can appear to discuss it if they wish to. And at that time, we can adopt that order of determination and take action on it.
Okay.
And in the meantime, Mark will work on not our standard order of determination, but something heftier.
A little more.
Yeah.
And he is
maybe not mandate party presence at the
No, we're not.
Yes.
Yeah.
It'll be voluntary if they wish to come back and discuss our draft order of determination.
Okay. And I was also concerned about, phrasing this all in once and sending it straight up to ethics. We might want to do that in stages, and we can vote on that in pieces.
We wouldn't send it to ethics tonight. That's not before us.
Right.
It's simply
Find
the
a
first step
violation.
is finding a violation. Right. We could do that tonight and bring back an order, not issue an order following this meeting, but bring that back for final approval as to content, and particularly the factual findings, and notice Mr. Doyle.
Okay. Member Wolf?
What we need to do.
It seems to me like we're better off identifying the violation when we come back so that Mark or whoever is going to be writing this up has the opportunity to scope out all the potentialities in case something else pops up, rather than finding a violation, then modifying the violation.
Honestly, I think if we could find one that we think squarely fits, I think we're best off just having one instead of having a shotgun and going all over the place.
I might suggest 6726.
Go ahead. Mr. Denton, you have to hold on. 26 is something we had considered since we heard that.
If you wish, we can just continue the matter to the next meeting. And I can send a copy of the draft order determination to all parties
Let's
prior
do that.
to the meeting.
Let's do that.
And then they can show up and
let's do a
discuss
draft
that if they wish.
of the code sections to be finalized at the next meeting. The respondents and complainants are not required to appear. Can if they want to. I think that's the way to go.
Yes, I believe the motion would be to continue this matter to call of the chair. Prior to that meeting, a draft order of determination will be sent to all parties involved, and it'll be voluntary if those parties would like to attend and discuss those the potential order of determination.
Okay. Can we note for the record that we're considering 21, 26, and 27?
Yeah.
Just so it's there.
And the possible violation would be of Administrative Code Section 6721, 6726, and 6727.
And Mark, if you're drafting this, could you include those three code sections that they talked about, the government code, the charter, and include the actual language of those codes? Because I think what we're trying to do is interpret, what's the old phrase, harmonize two voter-approved provisions, one that created the city services auditor with its confidentiality thing, and the other to approve the sunshine ordinance.
You might want to reference 6736 in reference to those as well, because
with my thing,
whether it, sunshine trumps or not.
Yeah, not the charter, but an ordinance.
So is that a motion or is that a?
Yes, I need someone to make that motion. The motion is continue the matter as discussed.
Mark's making the motion.
Mark's.
Is there a second?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any public comment on that motion to continue?
First, second.
It's the best solution with that.
Peter Warfield, I'm not a party to this and not familiar with the details except what I've heard tonight. First of all, I heard 6721 and 67.27, and now I'm hearing all three that are on the agenda, 21, 26, and 27, and I would certainly think that when you've got 27, and there appear to be issues of complete withholding, as Member Rummold said, 6726 should be part of it, and it seems to be in your motion. Is that right?
Yeah.
I think Mr. Member Rummold also raises a very, very important point, and that is, I think your orders of determination need to be very, very specific about what was the action that violated the law and exactly which law was violated. Here's what's required, and here's what happened, and here's why what happened. Here's why what happened violates the law. Too often, as he has said, the task force has gone by the bootstraps through mud and written, unfortunately, orders of determination that are not specific enough for a variety of reasons, which I won't go into now. But I think your objective is very good. I think this is something that you should also proceduralize in your procedures. So, for example, in a court of law, as I understand it, there are specific charges. And if those charges are found to be true, then certain whatever consequences follow. I also think you need to be concerned about the timeline. It's my understanding this was filed months ago. In general, I'm very much in favor of doing a thorough job, but I also think the task force has an obligation, which is specified by law, to conclude document sorts of things and to provide a response to the complainant within 45 days.
I think we referenced in the next meeting we're going to handle this.
Yes, beg your pardon?
This will be most likely be an agenda item for the next meeting.
In any case, from my perspective, the two conflict here. I would go in favor of the thoroughness, and I hope that it is thoroughly and carefully brought to the next time you're meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public would like to comment on this motion?
You can leave it there.
Seeing no other members of the public, public comment is closed on this.
Can we make a note that in the notifications for the next time I see John Doyle did get notice of this meeting, can we add Barbara Hale to the list? Yeah, we could notify Harlan as well. Let's put Harlan Kelly on there too. And I think it's more in the power enterprise, but I don't want them to be surprised.
Yeah.
On the motion to continue the matter?
Yeah.
On the motion to continue.
Could we do that without objection?
Without objection?
Sounds good.
The motion passes without objection
Thank
with
you.
members Copra, Hepner, and Washburn absent.
All right. I think we should take a little break at this point.
Them to come out and vote. And you specifically avoid the people
We're back on the
that don't
record?
vote your way because you don't want them voting.
Back in session.
Mr. Chair, could we hear item 11 before item 10 without objection?
Does any members of the public have a problem with that?
Or the task force?
Nope.
Anybody?
Okay.
Okay.
Is the city attorney
I just did
want-
you a favor. There you go. We call item 11?
So we're going to go.
Item number 11, hearing draft letter to the Office of the City Attorney regarding participation at the SOTF hearing and the City Attorney's budget for the SOTF.
May I?
Member Pilpel?
Okay, so let me present on this and several other items, but on this one specifically. We talked about the city attorney's participation at these meetings. Mark missed that. Eric didn't get all that history. This was in part a result
Member Fisher,
of...
please.
Yeah, please. This was in part a result of the Patrick Monette Shaw complaint about the amount of city attorney time and budget, but it was also their sort of response and the Matt Dorsey, we're only going to do the minimum, we're only going to show up if we have to under 21E, and that's it, we're not going to, blah, 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 blah. So this letter attempts to address both of those and engage more broadly with the city attorney, actually, and not just his capable representative, Nick, who is actually sort of our guy and not so much on the other side. Yes, there's a wall. And you can jump small walls, but not big walls. Anyway, if I got anything wrong in here, let's fix it. But I would really like us to send this and begin to better engage with the office broadly. I thought, we should have had Brad Russey stay for public comment. I think that was a mistake, but I think we just need to engage with the office in a way, even when we occasionally disagree on facts or law. We have a job to do, they have a job to do, and I feel like we were sort of drifting or that they were moving apart from us, and I would like us to get better acquainted in that way. So that was kind of the thinking behind it. And I agreed to draft it, and here it is. Thank you. Comments, questions?
Very nice.
Anybody?
Thank you. Discussion? Member Wolf?
This is just a really minor thing, but at the end you have our third question now is, will you reverse? I'm not entirely sure where the second question originates, so I think just a final question might be more clear.
One moment. I recall writing this in a certain way. At the top of that page, second line, is the second question, and on the first page at the end of the second paragraph is the first question. I remember writing 3 specific questions. If you think it would be better to just say final rather than third, I'm happy to make
Just
that
because
change.
there's so much separation between that second question, and
Okay.
it's not a big deal.
All right. Happy to make that change. And I forget if Allison's MO was to co-sign it or whatever. Whatever we have to do to dress it up, we'll do that. And because it also involved relationships, I thought having Angela as the CC and Mr. Monette Shaw, because he kind of generated a lot of this. Well, in some ways.
It was not rhetorical, it was
Yeah.
interrogative.
Yes.
Sorry.
I think his request and complaint kind of jogged us on the question of resources.
I think I remember that.
So I believe that there's amendment on the third question to change it to final question. I believe that Member Pilpil can help me revise that letter. Are there any other comments?
Can we take it as amended?
I believe we should take a public comment.
Okay.
Seeing none?
Ms. Datish, you had some public comment? I'm sorry, Ms. Tribeau.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, I think the letter's great, but my public comment more surrounds Matt Dorsey. He, I believe right now, is the person who answers public information requests, and that makes it extremely difficult because I've sent him 1 or 2, which I work very hard on because I know I'm going to be dealing with lawyers and it's going to be a rough battle and I'm not going to get any information anyway. So I wait the period of time. I try to make it brief, to the point, whatever. So if Matt Dorsey responds, he's just going to shut it down right away, saying to me by phone and by email that he hates the task force. He would quit his job if he had to come in and deal with sunshine matters. That and then at times recently, he's asked me, well, how are they ruling? I want to make sure who's on the task force, so he's trying to get information out of me, and it makes it very confusing for me as somebody who just wants information. I feel like I'm roped in to this issue here, which he freely spouts off about and has nothing to do with the document request that I sent him, and it's really kind of weirded me out, to be honest with you. I just simply want some kind of information, and I'm not getting it. I might see him in the hallway. He might say, well, who's on the task force? I know that I don't have to go in there. And then I'm saying to myself, well, should I go forward on the complaint? Because I know nobody's going to show up. And it's crossing all these boundaries that really have
Ms.
nothing.
Tribeau, I'm going to stop you there. This is about the item we have here, and this is not an open forum. I'm one of the members listed on the letter, so I'm going to thank you for your. I realize that, but public comment is on this item, on this letter.
Well,
I think you
He's
kind of
listed.
segued. Yes, he's listed, but you're segueing this onto a personal discussion of.
It's
of
not
a
personal
point.
at all. This is what happens.
They have made a ruling. Please have a seat.
Okay.
No,
thank
I'm
you.
not having a seat. I'm leaving.
Thank you. That'll work too. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment on the matter? There being none, is there any motion regarding the matter?
Motion to send the letter as revised?
As revised. Seconded.
I assume that we're authorizing
Ms. Chair Washburn to sign.
Chair Washburn to sign the letter prior to my transmitting it.
Correct.
On that motion, would you like to take that without
Without objection?
We should vote. I mean,
on that motion to
with objection.
On the motion to revise the letter and transmit it upon Chair Washburn's signature, Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner. Hepner absent. Member Haynes.
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn, absent. The motion passes. Next on the agenda is item number 10, hearing draft letter to Recreation Parks Department regarding codification of department's policies.
Another one of mine?
Yep. Go ahead.
So, some may recall that we had a recent complaint about Rec Park involving trail use in McLaren Park. The department representative gave us some what do you call it? A circular explanation that they have policies, but they don't have a policy, so they have a policy. And as a result of that policy, they're enforcing their policy. And we found a violation and decided separately that we could draft a letter, and so I drafted it. This letter, as you see, takes no position on bicycle use, but urges that they have their policies in writing, because that's how people normally have policies. And I included in here, it's addressed to Phil Ginsburg, but with copies to the Rec Park Commission and the members of Prozac, which is their advisory body. They seemed interested in the matter, and the underlying complainant, Mr. Aldrich, and I believe we have an interested member of the public that wants to speak on this.
Please, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tom Borden, and I've been sort of complicit with Alex Aldrich and some of these sunshine requests that we've made. And with regard to the letter, the two interesting things about Rec Park, or the dysfunctional things, are one, that you could have the head of Rec Park, Phil Ginsburg, claim that bicycles are not allowed on earthen trails in any park. And you could have the director of operations, Denny Kern, who's been there for years, say bicycles are allowed on trails except where we put up signs saying they can't be on those trails. And it's just preposterous. And so that's one thing, is just, and it goes back to this thing that a lack of documentation, that even a week and a half ago, Alex and I had a meeting with Phil Ginsburg and Lisa Wayne. And through the meeting, Phil was going through this book and saying, I know there's a regulation here somewhere. And so there it is, 3.02. And we're like, wait a minute, that just is a park regulation, park code that says obey what's written on the sign. And so that brings us to the other issue, is that Rec and Park is using 3.02 to create regulations without going through a proper legislative process. And there was an issue with that not too long ago, where they put park hours on signs to try to control homeless campers. And it was challenged, and I think that's what led to Scott Wiener's legislation on park hours, that now they have that posted on the signs. But it shows how they try to use 3.02 to create and enforce some very things with a large impact. So those are sort of my comments, that the whole thing is very dysfunctional, and things are not documented.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If we send the letter, Mr. Borden, I'd encourage you to attend the following meeting at either the Rec Park Commission or Prozac or both, and point to this and urge them to give a considered reply and express your views on the matter. I think that would help. The more light we give to this, the better. They'll put up a sign saying, "Don't let these guys in." Never mind. Thanks.
Member Wolf.
Another very subtle word change suggestion. We have this sentence, and ideally adopted by the commission as a rule or regulation following a public hearing. I think we should scratch ideally and just ask for it to be adopted by the commission. I'm not sure what ideally does in advancing it.
So, motion to accept as amended.
Second.
And to allow Chair Washburn to sign prior to transmittal.
Who seconded?
Made the move. Member Wolf seconded, I believe. Would you like to adopt that without objection, or would you like to take a vote?
Either way, surprise me.
Let's vote on it since we voted on the last one.
On that motion, Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Second up.
Wolf, aye. Member Cooper. Cooper absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hefner. Hefner absent. Member Haynes.
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn. Washburn absent. Next on the agenda, there are certain items that you may wish to continue since without the presence of Chair Washburn, there may be difficult to proceed. Item number 12, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and Committee Meeting Schedule for 2016.
Yeah, I'm thinking we can do 15, 16, and 17. Maybe we should continue 12, 13, and 14.
Is there a motion to that effect?
Does that make sense to people? 12, I haven't moved yet. 12, 13, and 14.
To be
the meeting schedule, the complaint procedures, and the annual report.
Yeah, I would go with that motion.
All right. Also move to continue those three to
Second.
the following meeting.
Is there any public comment regarding that motion to continue items 12, 13, and 14 to the call of the chair? There being no public comment, would you like to pass that motion without objection?
Yeah.
So moved.
The motion passes without objection with Member Copra, Hepner, and Washburn being absent. Next on the agenda is item number 15, approval of minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force September 2nd, 2015 meeting.
I have edits. I think nothing substantive. I think there was one thing at the end.
I will take those for you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Is there any motion regarding the matter?
Motion to approve. Thanks, Mr. Borden. Motion to approve the September 2nd minutes with edits.
Second.
There's no member of the public in the room. Would you like to approve that without objection?
So moved.
The motion is approved without objections with Member Copra, Hepner, and Washburn being absent. Next on the agenda is item number 15, approval of minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance. Actually, it's number 16, approval of minutes from the Complaint Committee September 15, 2015 meeting.
Again, I have edits. One moment. Moving quickly. I think one of these I had a question about, and I forget where. Whatever clarification Frank Lee made from Public Works, we should incorporate that into here as well.
Yes.
Okay. So here are some edits on those. I move to approve with edits. And by the way, on both this set and the previous set, if Chair Washburn has edits, we can incorporate those too. I don't know if she's gotten to them yet.
Is there a second?
Second.
Would you like to approve those without objection? There being no objections, the minutes are approved with members Copra, Hepner, and Washburn being absent. Item number 17, hearing proposed city policies on the use of body-worn cameras and drones.
See, I've been a busy little guy recently. One moment. Okay, so item 17. Where are we? Yeah. Okay, so you've got a memo on this. I assume people read it. I came across these two things, and they both have pretty big issues that I think affect us. I'm sort of maxed out with other things, so I was not hoping to take these on, but I thought member...
The memorandum.
Yeah.
Oh, it's to us.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe since we've got member Rumold back, and since member Wolf cares about these things passionately, I thought you two might be more interested in taking these on. But I'm happy to work with people on these. As you see, COIT did not approve the drone policy yet. They're still yakking about it. And the Police Commission is definitely seeking public input on body-worn cameras. The body-worn cameras are apparently now used in other departments, including Oakland, which I'm told has like literally 10 or 20 people in an office just dealing with public records requests involving privacy and redaction, and it's becoming a huge burden and an issue over there. So, I mean, one of the policy issues for the Police Commission and others perhaps to wrestle with is whether the benefits of police accountability outweigh the costs of doing this, and I have various views. I'm not settled on the matter at all. But in any event, there are public records implications, storage implications. There's a lot buried within this, and I was hoping other people would be into this, and not just me. Thanks.
Member Wolf?
Member Popo, were you saying that the City of Oakland has got multiple people that are handling public records requests for the footage from the body-worn cameras?
That's what I've been told, yeah.
So I don't know what's transpired since they adopted the cameras going on 5 years ago, but their initial policy was that those are not public records in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, I have the denials of public records and the appeals and all of that.
Really?
Because I was planning on taking it to court, but then there was no energy to do so. But I am definitely willing to take this on because it's a continuation of what I was already working on years ago. So I certainly can do that.
And maybe looking at how the city deals with the community safety cameras. And Nick, you might know a little bit about that. I know that's more Western Addition than Bayview, but the city has put up some of those cameras several years ago, and I think there were issues with retention and disclosure of those videos. And it may be that what you understood from what the city of Oakland was planning to do initially, someone may have challenged that, and they may have decided that, yeah, in fact, they are public records. I mean, as we generally understand, anything that the city has as a public record, that doesn't mean it's subject to disclosure, but that's probably why the
okay. I mean, what the City of Oakland determined was that they are investigative. They are products of an investigation, and products of a police investigation are non-disclosable. Was where Oakland came from on that.
And some of them may be, but the way the city is proposing to use it, it wouldn't just be limited to an investigation. It could be a number of officer-person interactions, and so they wouldn't all be under that. So it's more of a case-by-case.
The same thing should have been the case in Oakland, and I walked through the process, and that's where it ended before I moved on.
I'm very pleased that you're happy to get into this because, thanks. And I think, somehow I think in the copying here, the drone use policy was actually 4 pages, so I think there are a couple of pages missing. But let me also assure you that either the city's use or the city's permitting of others to use drones in the city have all kinds of other privacy, surveillance, and whatnot implications. So, you know, if you don't think people are watching you now, Anyway, if you're interested in taking the body-worn cameras thing.
Yeah, I definitely am interested in taking that. Do we want to look at the drones as the same issue or not?
I think there may be different issues. If you want to do both, that's fine, and I'd be happy to work with you if you want, or if you want to do it on your own, that's cool too. I think the police commission was actually looking for public input on the body-worn cameras like soon, because they might decide as early as November. And I think the ACLU and others have already submitted extensive comments, and you can find out, the stuff on the website has some of that, and there was like a conversation the last few months that I wasn't clued into. So if we could at least bring something back next month, if you're able to, even if it's only a little bit.
I can do that.
On the body-worn cameras, the drones thing I think may take a little longer, but whatever thoughts we could bring to other bodies from here, I think that would be great. I don't care what they are, just have at it. You get it. You get it.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Member Wolf.
I will work with
That's
Member
what you
Wolf
get
to
for. That's what you get
schedule
for.
it at some future time.
That's what you get for correcting Member Pipel's work.
Okay. That
just
doesn't
kidding.
make much sense.
And Mark,
I'm
do
just
you
kidding.
have any interest in this? Sort of?
I think.
Are you maxed out?
I think he's got his hands full with that.
Yeah.
Other.
I obviously do. It coincides a little too closely with the work that I do outside of this.
Okay.
So I think it would be best if I did not take a role in it.
But you're happy to review with the rest of the task force what comes out. And you are, by the way, still working on, or you will be doing the Denton thing that we talked about and the two other things that you'd agreed to months ago that we'll get to in the administrator's report. Now that you're back.
I remember those, but okay.
We'll get back to that.
Yes.
Right. Next item.
So do we put
no
this to bed?
action on
No
this
action?
item. No official action by the task force, but I will work with Member Wolf on scheduling future hearings regarding the matter.
Great. Thank you.
Next on the agenda, item number 18, Administrator's Report. Going through my report to item number 2, the next meeting of the Compliance Amendments Committee is on October 20th. They do have a full agenda at this time. They may need an additional member if there is a volunteer. I believe at this time they only have Member Hepner and Member Washburn. I don't believe they have a third at this time.
Something tells me Hepner might be busy this month.
Yes, he might be.
So I will send out an email, but I will need 1 to 2 volunteers to sit on that committee.
Seat 2 is looking like a prime candidate to me.
October 27th is.
Can I just inquire on that?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
What is your general? Can you just inform us a little bit? What's your general work schedule? Can you?
It's all over the place, nights and weekends included, but it's also pretty flexible, so I'm happy to take on one or the other of the committees.
So the complaint committee is kind of like a pre-committee, if you like, of. It's kind of interesting.
Join the complaint committee. That's where all the cool kids are.
There you go.
We all sit on at least one committee.
On October 27th, I would like to schedule a complaint committee hearing, and I would need 3 volunteers pending Chair Washburn's approval and appointment. So
my big issue, I think, is just that I'm new to this, and
Fine.
I'm familiar with some of the issues, but I feel like
Here we go.
you guys are so
Fiona will coach
so
you
supportive.
are there any
All right, yeah,
volunteers?
put me on the complaint committee.
We've got a good.
Volunteer. It's me and Fiona.
The complaint committee doesn't not have a set
you're
of
the
regular
rules
members.
committee.
Usually the rule committees acts as the complaint
I
committees.
thought everybody else gave up.
So I will assume that Member Fisher and Member Hinsey and Member Eldon have volunteered for the October 27th complaint committee meeting. I will confirm that with Chair Washburn.
The 27th, is it at 4?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be late, but I'll be here.
We'll wait for you.
I could be.
There's approximately 7 of them for the SFMTA. Yes, I do not anticipate that they'll all show up.
No, different ones.
I don't anticipate that they'll all show up.
I can be.
How do you know that?
I can be available for either date, I think.
Yeah, I can
Which
do
date,
it.
Mr. Pelpel?
Either one at this point.
I will contact Mr. Pelpel if there's an opening.
me on the 27th then?
Okay, Member Hinsey cannot make the 27th. Member Pelpel will fill in.
All right.
Cool. Thank you.
The 27th will be Member Fisher, Eldon, and Pelpel. And I will need a volunteer for the 20th, and I will
gavel.
pull the members for a volunteer for the 20th. Moving on, November 4th.
Can you give me like a rough estimate for how long those meetings go?
2 to 3 hours. I'm guessing more like 2.
We had one that was real quick.
We had one that we were in and out in half an hour, and one that went till 8 o'clock. So.
Okay.
The next item is November 4th. It's NIC's task force meeting. November 9th is NIC's EOTC meeting. The 17th is NIC's complaint committee, where the rules committee will be sitting as the complaint committee.
Do I have to do it again?
It's the next month.
We can rethink it if it becomes an issue.
I'm sorry, Victor, what date was that? The 17th?
November 17th.
That is a...
Tuesday.
Yeah, no, I cannot.
We will work on that. We will work that out. I will pull the members and try to get members for the 17th. That's far enough off where I can do that.
That I can do.
Thank you.
Maybe Member Hinsey can chair that meeting.
Okay, let's just, as long as everyone's here. For the 17th meeting, we have Member Hinsey. Are there any other volunteers for the 17th of November?
I can probably be available, but let's see when we get closer.
Yes. We have 2 members tentative at this time. Let's, moving on. Item number 3 on my report, various communications from Alvin Johnson in addition to what you already have. I have one piece of communication from Library Users Associations regarding timelines for hearings. Just to mention this is very similar to the ones that were withdrawn from the Library Users Association. He did refile.
Is this timeline for his hearings? For his complaints?
Is communications from him, and I will leave it at that for the moment.
It's in our packet at page 755. Can you tell us what? I mean, he's saying that he didn't get
3 complaints at our last meeting that are very similar to this one.
Right.
And I am just concerned about that.
Well, have you logged them and are you processing them in the meantime?
It is processed.
All right. So it's more just.
I mentioned that as for your information.
So maybe.
It's for your information. You can
No, I know,
tell
but
me
we're
what you
talking
want.
about it. So, I mean, the implication, and we should think about this as it relates to the complaint procedures, is it's one thing if someone doesn't appear and we, what do you call it? Table or dismiss the matter and don't hear it on the merits. It's another thing if they are here, request a continuance or don't get the continuance request approved, withdraw the complaint and then refile it. And the question, I think, sort of is, are they gaming the system for whatever reason?
This is conversation about their strategy that we haven't agendized.
I'm just saying people should think about this as it relates to the complaint procedures because we might want to address it. That's all.
Next is a list of the complaints received this month. We have currently 61 pending complaints, minus whatever was adjudicated tonight.
Can I have a question back on the communications? The various communications from Alvin Johnson, was there anything other than what we discussed earlier that's relevant? Was there an immediate disclosure request or something that you needed guidance
Actually,
on?
let's, I want to bring that up after this.
Okay,
because we're going to reopen that.
That's fine.
And let's think about that then.
Item 7, pending complaints. I have a list of the pending complaints pending before committees. Under item 7 of my report. Item number 8, pending issues. As previously discussed, there's a list of pending issues before the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. 2 of them were assigned to Member Rummold prior to his absence. Just to provide a little bit of advice on 14095 regarding what is considered to be a substantial amendment. I did find a code section related to that in the California Government Code that I'll provide to you. And I believe that completes my report.
What was the other thing?
The other one was regarding police. Advisory letter from Member Rumwood regarding police public records policy. This was from the November 15, 2014 meeting. I can pull a copy of the minutes and provide them to you for a refresher.
Is that about domestic violence?
I believe so.
Krukolos?
I remember volunteering to do that.
Was it Emmanuel Krukolos?
passed
or was
in your
it somebody else?
Maybe, I don't recall exactly. It's not,
All right.
it was
That
quite a
one's
while.
short. I can do that one easy. The other one's a little more.
That completes my report.
So on the other pending issues, the annual report, we'll talk about next month. The EOTC, we're going to work on that. Who requested a hearing to discuss the Good Government Guide?
It was general discussion that we should probably review what's listed there and determine if we agree with it or don't agree with it officially.
Officially.
And then probably work with the city attorney to hopefully revise portions to reflect our
Sunshine.
recommendations.
Sunshine portions, at least.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to keep that on the list for the moment. And I did the last one, and I haven't done the first one yet. The first one was an old Jason Garza.
So if we could reopen, was it item 3?
Going back to item number 3 that we have not made a decision on.
I just wanted to, we've continued to the call of the chair to get Allison's input, but I was thinking maybe we can, because we had quite a lot of discussion on it, just maybe throw out a couple of positions, vote on it, and then continue that to the call of the chair and let her decide whether she wants to take our recommendation or whether she wants to bring it back in front of us one more time. I just don't want to reinvent the wheel since we did spend some substantial time on that case. Any thoughts on that, Member Wolf?
I don't really like the idea of us voting on something and then leaving it to the call of the chair whether or not that vote carries. That feels problematic to me. I think I would rather either just vote and make it voted and she wasn't here, or continue it to the call of the chair. But this sort of voting and then it might not count makes me not comfortable.
Perhaps I used the wrong words. I was thinking of at least more clearly maybe listing the options we could vote on in the future on. Because right now, if when we continue this, we're going to have to reopen the whole wheel and regurgitate all the stuff all over again. And I want to avoid that because I think we have some ideas and thoughts and potentially positions. So it might be, 3 things that we could vote on in the future. At least get that down, and then we could, bring it when we have the fuller task force, have a quick review by the clerk of what it was, and take a vote on public comment and a vote. Actually, we've already taken public comment, so we don't have to do that again. Although we probably should take a public comment
on your recommendations, yes.
on recommendations. So, do you remember what our positions were, or just it was 3 hours ago? I don't. What I'm trying to do is get something in the records that we can just jump right back on and pick it up, and it's in and out in 10 minutes. I don't want to go over it.
Would there be any proposals that any of the members would like to make regarding this situation?
I think one choice is we table it. That's one thing we discussed. So that could be one option. Member Wolf?
I would like to speak to why I think we should table it, and that's because he didn't say he wasn't able to come to tonight's meeting. He just said 2 weeks ago that he wasn't willing to attend.
Agreed.
And so anything other than tabling his complaint to me feels like bending over backwards for someone who's not actually, who's an antagonist to our system.
And who's clearly not complying despite repeated efforts with, what our charter is and how we're going to work. This is my point. I sense that we maybe could take a vote on this tonight, and maybe we should just do that. I don't know. I think, Allison wants to weigh in on it, but I think maybe what we should do is just maybe list some options. That was one. Can someone come up with another option?
Well, I'm not crazy about it, but we could certainly schedule these matters at committees or at the full task force, 5 at a time, or relevant departments, and work through the matters in the presence or absence of the complainant. That's an option. I don't favor that at all. I think I'm with Member Wolf, and if you're not going to, what's the term? If you're not going to prosecute your claim, then you're sort of abandoning it. I mean, I think that, isn't there a legal principle like that, or did I just create one? Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what tonight was about. They're all listed. He was invited. All the departments showed up.
And he said very clearly that he's not going to show up, and instead he's sending all these requests.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just gumming up the works. And at the same time, we're not giving any guidance to departments. We could separately from adjudication of the merits, give some guidance to departments as to how we think you handle a thing like this.
That's the second part. I think they were looking for some direction. I think something that speaks the rule of reason from us is probably worthwhile, and perhaps that could come later. We could table this, and then as a second part, we could put back on the agenda the question of rule of reason and direction to city bodies as to how to treat these kind of cases. That might be a way that Allison can still weigh in. Let me ask this hypothetically: if we take a vote on this and we decide to table it, can Allison bring it back up, or would Alvin?
It would be tabled.
It would be tabled. Alvin Johnson would have to bring it back up or refile.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. What do you guys think? Leave it as is? Deal with half of it now? Member Wolf.
I think we should vote on the tabling it, and that whether our chair is here or not, I think we have the votes whether she's here or not, and I don't think she's going to advocate against tabling it to convince enough of us to go the other way.
I agree. I sense that we kind of have a quorum here almost, so I think just in the interest of,
Because I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Chair.
Yes.
Because I'm new.
Member Eric. Go ahead.
Is there? This is just like a one-off decision we're making. There's no precedent or anything else that complicates this, right?
Yeah.
Well, no.
This was just because Chair Washburn.
The only thing that would complicate is Chair Washburn's not here.
Right.
And she'd wanted to wait.
But in terms of
There actually is a precedent. There was a complainant who went by anonymous, but it was actually Lynn Gavin, who had filed a number of complaints, particularly against planning, I think maybe Board of Soups and OEWD, I don't know, refused to attend or attended once by phone, and there were ADA issues and whatnot, and then finally said she wasn't going to attend, she didn't, blah, blah, blah. We scheduled all of her matters and said she could attend. We were going to decide whether or not to hear them in substance or dismiss them. She didn't attend, and we dismissed them. We tabled them. So
that's true.
That actually is how and it was another one who had like 20 or 25 things backed up. So that was our practice.
And she had it backed up for like 3 years.
Yeah, and you don't want to be backed up for 3 years.
Okay, I think I'm sensing consensus here. I'd like to take a vote on tabling those items, and then I think, depending on that result of that, the second part should be some sort of directive from us regarding rule of reason to
we can open
city
the file
bodies
on that and issue some guidance. Sure.
Yeah.
I think Josh wants to make the motion.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we table Alvin. Is it Johnson? Is that the last name? Alvin Johnson's claims, and refer to the call of the chair the discussion over how the other city agencies should be instructed or coached around dealing with Johnson and other people such as him, if that is of the need of the chair to do.
Okay.
The motion is to table the claims filed by Alvin Johnson as listed on the agenda, and to refer the matter of providing guidance to departments regarding similar complainants and their voluminous requests to a future meeting for additional hearing.
Okay, and mention rule of reason in there just to have it so you can get to that quickly.
And I would appreciate it if a member of the task force could assist me in drafting a letter to Mr. Johnson, and I will have Chair Washburn review and sign off on that.
I'll be happy to do that.
Thank
and
you.
I'll second that motion as well.
On that motion, there's no members of the public in the room. On that motion, Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Kopra. Kopra, absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner. Hepner, absent. Member Haynes.
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn. Washburn, absent. The motion passes.
And once we've created that document, we'll also notify all the other departments, including those who are here
Yes.
tonight.
The letter will be referred to all parties involved. Item number 19, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items.
I was just going to say, since Mr. Piccarello has named our esteemed David Pipel, I think I heard him today call Mark Rumgold. I think that might have to stick.
Are you going to take?
That's off the record.
Are you going to take the Highland here?
Ooh.
High road. Yeah, it's good.
The one thing that occurred to me from earlier in this evening, and it doesn't need to take much time, is that we're still wrestling with how to deal with the Denton situation. Denton.
Denton. Yeah.
Denton. And I know we all kind of reacted badly to how they described whistleblower protections. I think my background as a journalist makes me pretty paranoid about protecting sources, and so I have an instinct to think that's relevant here. I realize it might not be entirely, but in how we think about that issue, and especially on 27, I don't know. That's going to be a concern I'm going to have. It's like there are really good reasons why people have fought for whistleblower protections, and I think there's some inherent conflict between whistleblower protection and the nature of what we do. Maybe that's okay, and maybe it's our role to push for more openness with those programs. But I didn't get a chance to really express that earlier today, and I want to make sure I got that out there.
Yeah. If you want to, you could put together some background on that and submit it to just a couple of paragraphs and submit it to the clerk.
Or just think about it as things develop, because we may find things that are similar or relevant. I would note, for example, the Ethics Commission has similar confidentiality provisions about its handling of complaints, but there's been a lot of discussion historically and recently about how much they can say both when a complaint is filed and once something has been adjudicated, and how much information is on the website. So these conversations about investigations and balancing the need to protect sources and methods from, revealing the outcome of a matter is an ongoing dialogue.
And I guess for me it's the law seems like it's nebulous enough that city agency could interpret it a certain way. And we could be like, why did you interpret it that way?
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to think about it. Maybe we just should think of ourselves as in conflict with that agency inherently with what our work is. And maybe we should spell that out more. I don't know.
We're part of the balance, maybe.
Yeah. And maybe there should be that tension.
We'll see how it plays out. Yeah.
Victor, along those lines,
Use the mic.
any way that we could get,
Use
that
the
you
mic.
could ask Mr. Denton to send us both full versions of the report so that we can see
Exactly.
I will
the differences
I will ask.
between them.
Because they're both supposed to be public, right?
Well, no,
No.
I assume it's not under seal, the subpoenaed one. I mean,
Well, we probably shouldn't discuss this matter. I will ask for the documents, and we can discuss it at the next meeting.
I think we have to keep this discussion.
Yeah, you in particular need to get it to, if we can, and I bet he would, so whatever.
I will make the request.
thank you.
There being no further business, the meeting is adjourned.